Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high. Cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live. Somebody, let's go.
Good morning. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys all doing well out there. Hope the show finds you in great spirits because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that. We got some things we have got to get into. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. There's a lot of breaking news, a lot of things that have been popping off, and it's just absolutely insane. And honestly, that's why the title, wherever you're watching this show, has changed like 15 different times. Honestly, I don't even know where to begin. There's so much going on. Okay, so before we get into everything, of course, hit that like button down below. Do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, please make sure you hit that follow button on those platforms, okay? Hit that subscribe button here on my main channel. Subscribe, okay? Make sure you're doing that. Hit that notification bell. Set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because honestly, it is random, okay? It's a lot of it is breaking news, and we do have some breaking news right now. So we're going to talk about that and then some, all right? So subscribe. Hit that notification bell. Set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload. That'll be greatly appreciated. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Support the channel if you can. That'd be greatly appreciated. Of course, check out my Patreon. And of course, check out pascalmerch.com. pascalmerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there. pascalmerch.com. Okay, guys, man, oh man, what a day the day has already begun, and it's already started off with a bang. Okay, there's a lot of stuff that's been popping off, so we're gonna get straight into this stuff. One thing is for sure, of course, the title has changed a couple times, and then I found a photo of one of the main things that I was hopping on to break the story for you guys, and I changed the thumbnail so you guys can see that for yourself and all that as well. And of course, I'm going to be sharing it on the show here too. But nonetheless, like I said, there's just been, as I was getting ready for the show, more and more information started to break and more stuff is starting to leak right now as we speak. Now, here's the thing. One thing is for sure. We're going to get straight into the meat and potatoes, okay? An anti-ICE protester, okay, Nakima Levy Armstrong, has been arrested because of what she was a part of and what she organized for that protest that happened inside that St. Paul, Minnesota church, exposing a pastor who happens to be an ICE official. So just so you know, for those of y'all who are just wondering, is an arrest coming? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it came. It's here. And it has already happened. They have just arrested her. In fact, let me get this photo up. Because like I said, there's a lot of stuff going on. Okay. Everything from like the Oscar nominations have been announced. I guess Masters of the Universe, the He-Man movie, I guess it has just recently been dropped. It's just been, like I said, there's a lot going on in entertainment, in true crime, and politics, and all the mucky in between. But here's the thing. Here's the photo. Let's take a look at this. This is her getting arrested in all of its glory. There it is. Now, she's going to be getting charged. We're going to be hearing about all of that. She's not the only one who got arrested. Another person, Chantil, I forgot their last name, but another person got arrested as well. Now, what's interesting is Pam Bondi, Attorney General of the DOJ. She's the one who made the announcement. She said at first that they are going to arrest. They are seeking to press charges on the likes of the people that stopped these worshipers from being able to worship in the house of the Lord. And I'm going to be honest, technically, that's exactly what they did. Sorry, not sorry. They walked in, they jumped in front of the people inside of that church, and they basically said, hey, we're going to make our voices heard. They went inside the church, not public property, inside of a church, and did this while these worshipers were worshiping. So here's the thing. Do I think that they should not have been able to have their voice heard? Absolutely. They deserve to have their voices heard. Absolutely. But I think it is a wrong place, wrong time type of situation. You feel me? Especially when it's Christians that are being stopped from being able to praise the Lord. Let's not forget that. They are definitely out here, okay? They are definitely out here crusading, trying to protect Christians at all costs. So of course, they walk into a church. Christians are trying to praise, to worship. They are stopping them from doing that by going in there and protesting. It's a recipe for disaster at the end of the day. Do I think that, like I just said a second ago, I definitely think they have every right to speak what they want, say what they want to say, right? Speak their minds, etc. But they should have stayed outside of the church and protested outside of the church. Okay. And yes, so this is Nikema Levy Armstrong. She's the one who walked in there. She was one of the organizers for this protest. She has been out here at these press conferences as of late. She is the main person that has been out here talking about why they did what they did and how this pastor / ICE official, how unjust and how wrong he is for having that job and being a pastor and speaking the word of the Lord type thing. Okay. So she is the main person that got arrested. Now, I'm wondering if Don Lemon even knows about this yet, because I was checking out his show just to see if he was going to make a statement about this, because this just broke. This news just broke. Okay. As soon as I posted that was going live, so about 30 something minutes ago is when this broke. Okay. Or at least from when I saw it. Okay. It may have been an hour. So I was checking out his show just to see if he was going to say something. I don't think he knows anything yet. I don't think he has any idea of the organizer actually getting arrested. Now, here's the other thing too. He might not get anything. He might not get hit with anything at all. But here's the thing. Pam Bondi, she's part of the Trump administration. They are dead set on trying to, take down any person. If they can find a loophole, if they can find a way to take a person down, they're going to take them down. Look at what happened to the likes of, I'm forgetting her name. What's her name? Oh man, it's going to come back to me. I promise. But there were, a couple people that he was really trying to take down and, trying to find a loophole. He brought in a different lawyer, because the lawyer that he originally had was basically saying, like, I can't press charges on them. There's nothing to charge them with. And he's like, well, you're fired. I'm going to find somebody else. Thank you, Dyslexic Fingers. Thank you, Letitia James and James Comey, and a couple other people as well. Exactly. And remember, they couldn't find anything on them. At first, they filed some things against them, but then what happened? Those charges were dropped because they were a fugazi. They were nothing. Okay? They were nothing. He brought on a whole other lawyer. I call her Farrah Fawcett, right? He brought in a whole other lawyer who had no experience doing what she was brought on to do, and pressed charges against him or against these individuals, right? Because she was doing whatever she was doing it at Trump's bidding. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that part in that movie, Coming to America. Whatever you like, right? That's basically who he hired. Someone like whatever you like, right? So Pam Bondi happens to be that same person as well, right? Everybody in the Trump administration, let's be real, they're all going to be like, whatever you like. So, of course, they're going to do whatever they can to find something on Don Lemon. And maybe they just haven't found anything yet. I don't know. But one thing is for sure, they definitely filed charges on Nakima Armstrong. So let's take a look at this. So, of course, this is breaking news, but the one that led the storming of this Minneapolis church, she has now been arrested. So 2 protesters linked to the storming of this Minnesota church, where an ICE agent allegedly serves as a pastor, has been arrested. So Attorney General Pam Bondi announced today that Nakima Levy Strong and Chantil Louisa Allen had been taken into custody. Both women are accused of being among those in the anti-immigration and customs, anti-ICE demonstration at the city's church in St. Paul on Monday. The insurrection, as they're saying, was also attended by former CNN star Don Lemon, which we already know. We've seen that video ad nauseum, okay? Who said it was his First Amendment right to storm the place of worship. Now, again, I still don't think that Don Lemon should be catching any charges. That's just what I think. I think he was there to document. I think he was there to, as he said in his own words, I think he was there to chronicle what was going on there. But I do not think that this guy should be arrested for documenting and chronicling what was going on inside that particular church. There's other people also as well. There's a lot of people that were also filming inside there too. There were churchgoers that were filming it as well, right? Some of them stuck around and just continued filming just so that they have it. That kind of thing. There were both sides of people that were in there filming, okay? And then when the pastor said, I need to politely ask you to leave. I need you to please leave. He started to leave. And then he started interviewing people outside afterwards, right? He went in, he recorded, he interviewed the pastor to see what he thought about everything. Pastor was obviously trying to keep his cool as best as he could. And then when the pastor said, please leave, he did. That's how I see it. I know everybody else, there's other people out here that will see it differently, but that's how I see it. Now, the question is Don Lemon the next on the chopping block as far as arrests coming? I don't know. And I agree. He was nonviolent. He wasn't protesting. By the way, that's the other thing, too. He wasn't in there protesting. He didn't say her name. He didn't say F ICE. He didn't say ICE out. He didn't say anything of that sort at all. All he said is, I'm here to document. And he asked those people, some people on the way out, what are your thoughts on all this? What's going on inside this church? What are your thoughts? Now, here's the thing. If he catches a charge, and no, I'm not defending it. So, Mr. 420 UK just said, are you defending it? No, I'm not defending it. I'm putting out facts. And the way I see it is that Don Lemon didn't do anything bad, in my particular opinion. He went in there to document what was going on. He asked people some questions. He didn't yell. He didn't go off. He didn't get in people's faces or anything of that sort. He asked people questions. He asked the pastor what he thought. And then the pastor said, please leave. And then he started to leave. That's what I think. Okay. That's not defense. Those are facts. Now, if he was out there screaming and losing his mind and, doing whatever, being a protester or getting in people's faces and saying, like one of the guys was like, you're a Christian, you're supposed to be on our side. You're the devil, blah, 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 saying all these kind of things, right? Yeah, I'm not surprised if that guy catches a charge. But that's not what Don Lemon did. Don Lemon went in there to document. He asked questions. The pastor said, could you please leave? And so he started to make his exit. And as he was making his exit, he ran into some people and he asked them some questions about what was going on, just getting their true, honest opinion about it, everything. He was not stopping people from praising. The people that were stopping the worshipers from praising and worshiping were the protesters that were in the middle of the church doing their demonstration. You see what I'm saying? But that's just how I see it. That's not defense. That's just how I see it. I just look at the facts in the timeline, which we have seen a billion different times, and that's what I see. Yeah, I could see him getting maybe trespassing, but the Triple K Act and the all these other things that they're trying to put on to that they're putting on, I'm sure, Nakima and Chantil. I just don't see how Don is going to get that, but we'll see. Remember, Pam Bondi is going to do anything she can to take down the people that get under Trump's skin. It's just something to think about. Just something to think about. But moving on. Bondi said Armstrong, who leads one of the groups behind the protest, allegedly played a key role in organizing the coordinated attack on the church. Armstrong was seen speaking with Don Lemon at the demonstration, accusing the church of harboring an ICE agent, Pastor David Easterwood. This will not stand. They cannot pretend to be a house of God while harboring someone who is commanding ICE agents to terrorize our communities. Protesters targeted the church because, well, she just said it, but we already know about this too, okay? But this is very interesting stuff, very interesting development that's going on here. And of course, we have got to, where did that video go? There we go. We got to take a look at some stuff here. So let's take a listen. And by the way, please make sure you hit the like button, crush that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. The plot continues to thicken, y'all.
Just new this morning, we've learned that there's been an arrest. This is over that protest at the church in St. Paul from last Sunday.
Protesters disrupted the service at City's Church over Pastor David Easterwood's role as acting director of ICE field office in St. Paul. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced this morning that she directed agents to arrest Nakima Levy Armstrong. Bondi says Levy Armstrong allegedly played a key role in organizing what she called the attack on City's Church. Bondi said, quote, "We do not tolerate attacks on places of worship," and said there will be more updates.
New details in the deadly ICE shooting in Minneapolis. The attorneys for Renee Good say that they have the results of an independent autopsy that was requested by Good's family. So the mother of three right here, she was shot and killed by an ICE agent 2 weeks ago in South Minneapolis. Her attorneys say that the autopsy shows 3 clear gunshot wounds. The bullet that killed her, that one hit near her temple. That information consistent with records that we obtained last week from Minneapolis first responders. The Good family attorneys say that they are continuing to gather evidence for their case.
Now, hold on real quick. Sorry, that's a little bit of a left turn. Of course, we heard the first part, which, of course, is Nakima Armstrong being arrested alongside one of her other co-organizers of that particular protest. But something about this, I'm sorry for the little bit of the left turn, just a quick left turn. They talked about an independent autopsy. One of the things that's very interesting about this independent autopsy is where one of the bullet wounds was found, near the temple. Now, it depends on how near the temple it is. It could be temple here, or it could be the temple, near the temple over here. But nonetheless, if the headshot, for lack of a better term, was when was, like, that's the one thing I think a lot of us want to know. When was that headshot made? Was it through the window, through the windshield, or when he was in point blank range just pulling the trigger? Because he was wildly pulling the trigger after he pulled the 2 more times after he pulled the trigger the first time. And he was in point blank range. Let's not forget that too. Okay. I'm just saying. Think about that for a second. Now, it could still be near the temple up here, but if it's near the temple over here, that tells me a different story. Possibly. Because he did wildly pull the trigger 2 more times while the car was driving by. I mean, for me, it still shows that point blank range. I mean, again, to me, this is absolutely crazy. I think it was excessive force. The 2 extra shots, especially right there. And so it does make you wonder what is going on. What is going on with what happened in Los Angeles as well? You see what I'm saying? I'm just curious, right? I'm curious about what has happened over there too, because they say that that particular person that they were trying to detain, that they did end up detaining, did not have a weapon on him. They say that he used his car as a weapon, but that's just what they're saying, okay? There's no body cam footage. They don't wear body cam footage. There's no identification on these guys. Nothing of that, right? So it does make you wonder, did they do the same thing, right? Where he tried to drive off and then they just kept unloading on the car. There's never been any reports so far of how many times the gun that particular ICE agent had, how many times that gun went off. There's no proof of any of that. And of course, at the end of the day, we have to just take their word for it, instead of letting the proof, like footage and whatnot, show us otherwise. It's pretty insane. But apologize for the left turn, but I just thought about that and when we were hearing that part, and I think that's just a very interesting piece of information. 1 second.
Just knew this.
Hold on. Where did that go? Yes, here we go.
Paul Morrow is here, and he's a Fox News contributor and a retired NYPD inspector. This thing feels like it is growing. What did you think about the interview from the jail?
Yeah.
Can we take it seriously?
Here's the thing. Obviously, she has an incentive to say what she's saying. She's looking at 30 years. She's very involved with this. The danger for the people she's talking about, Waltz, Fry, Ellison, and others, is the fact that she can serve as a pointer. Whether we choose to believe her or not, it comes down to, will a grand jury, or ultimately, if it goes to trial, a petit jury, a jury of her peers, 12 people, potentially.
Kept asking, they kept giving, and it's their fault, not mine.
She's not getting out of it.
By the way, 250 million stolen allegedly. About 75 million has been recovered. So there's a lot of money out there that someone has illegally. Now we got some breaking news, Paul. I want to get to that on a Fox News alert, because moments ago, remember that church incident on Sunday in Minneapolis? The AG Pam Bondi posted this. All right, I'm reading now. Minutes ago, at my direction, HSI and FBI agents executed an arrest in Minnesota. So far, we've arrested okay, we'll come back to that. So far, we have arrested Nikema Levy-Armstrong, who allegedly played a key role in organizing the coordinated attack on City's Church in St. Paul, Minnesota. We will share more updates as they become available. Listen loud and clear. We do not tolerate attacks on places of worship, end quote. I want you to react to that, Paul. But on Monday, Tricia McLaughlin was on with Dana and me. And part of her answer said, I think we will be seeing mugshots very soon. She was tipping her hand that arrests were on the way, and this is the first one that's been made.
Yeah, and look, there's going to be very, very little that they can do in defense of this, because it's on film, and for once they didn't cover their faces. Now, here is the thing that's going to come out of this. You have her under arrest. Now you're going to get the communications. And this is where it starts to spider web out. You start to see who was talking to who showed up in regard, including Don Lemon. How much did they all know going in? That imports things like conspiracy charges, which can be quite heavy. There's criminal civil rights charges that are implicated in the church incident.
This is also because one of the things that we found out about that was that they were targeting them because they were privileged white supremacists.
We talked about that earlier in the week. Not only did that come out in the video, and that they said something like that in the church, but then after the fact, Lemon talks about exactly that. putting a racial overtone in the whole thing, which potentially could import a hate crime. So these are this.
Eesh. That's no bueno. Damn. That's not good. And you already know if you're already on the bad, like you're already on that bad side. You see what I'm saying? Like you're already on the bad side. Sheesh. Yeah, I know it's Fox News. I get it. But that's the thing. That's the one thing that sucks about this stuff, y'all. Y'all have opinions about if I play ABC News, if I play CBS News, if I play Fox, if I play CNN. I mean, this is where we're getting the information, guys. It is what it is, but it is insane that they could also get hit with other charges because of what was being said inside the church. Yeah, this is no bueno for them.
There's another thing about this. The woman that they've just arrested, I talked a little bit about this on the 5 yesterday because Cam Cawthorn, he writes for Fox Digital, and he had a piece about her. So she's been doing professional protesting and organizing for a long time. She gets a lot of grants from different nonprofits, and she's always made more money than she has spent. So like there's a financial incentive for her. There's a business model for these types of things.
We've talked about this really since I've been on the network. One of the things that I've tried to sort of bang the gong on that I think a lot of police who do investigations see that the public doesn't see is that there is a job, career protester. And it is developed over the last, let's say, dozen years or so into a very lucrative industry. And you have people who do this for a living, make a ton of money. Yes. They weaponize people who don't know any better. And to use the Leninist term, useful idiots. They're looking for any cause in the world. They get them out of the campuses. They grow those groups and those institutions. And then they pick out people who want to stay in that world, who don't go back to East Cupcake and get a job eventually after college. They stay in that. They become the middle management, and it grows and it grows. It's very much like any other industry. The problem with it is if you dig down deep enough, you find out that there's tax money going into all of this stuff.
Yeah. Keep in mind, she said so far, so that would indicate more to come.
There's more coming.
Thank you. I mean, trespassing at a minimum. I mean,
it's definitely going to be trespassing, but I don't think, at a minimum, it's going to be trespassing, but I really don't think that they're going to be, you know what I'm saying? I really, really don't think. I really don't think that they're only going to get them with a trespassing charge. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's going to be, they're going to try to take them down, like really take them down. Okay. Let's just keep it a bean. They're going to really try to take them all the way down. They're going to give them they're going to throw as many charges at them as they can to make an example out of them. You realize that, right? They're going to do everything they can to make an example out of these individuals. Okay. This is from Christy Nome, and this is where I got the photo from, the original photo, like I showed you guys earlier, this photo right here. Okay. Just so you guys know, but here it is. All right. She is saying here, Homeland Security investigators and FBI agents arrested Nakima Levy Armstrong, who played a key role in orchestrating the church riots in, St. Paul, Minnesota. She's being charged with a federal crime under 18 USC 241. Religious freedom is the bedrock. See, I'm just going to be real. I'm calling it like I see it. Okay. Because I know people get sensitive and get hyper, whatever. Okay. Let me just keep it a bean with y'all. Listen to the first two words here: religious freedom. So, of course, as soon as it's a place of the Lord, I'm wondering if it would be the same reaction if this was if this was a mosque or a synagogue. You see what I'm saying? In a place of worship, would it be the same thing? Maybe a synagogue. They would probably do the same thing for a synagogue. But at the same time, if this was in a mosque, would this be the same? Just saying. But anyway, religious freedom is the bedrock of the United States. There is no First Amendment right to obstruct someone from practicing their religion. I'm just asking, would they do the same if it was a synagogue? If it was a mosque? I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying. But here's the thing, though. The law clearly states what we've been talking about as of late. The FACE Act, you got the Triple K as well. I get it. I get it. Laws were broken here. There is no question about that. Laws were broken. They walked in to a place of worship. They stopped people from being able to praise and worship. That is a big problem. Laws were broken, period. But at the same time, it is a room. It was a church filled with Christians, right? It was a church with Christians. And of course, we already know, Trump is very much about trying to protect Christians as best as he can. But here it is, just so you guys can see it again. Her getting arrested in all of its glory. It exists. She definitely, and alongside her partner that helped her organize this situation, this protest, she has been arrested as well. Okay. So there's that piece of that information. And again, it's crazy, but not surprising. We knew this was inevitably going to happen, right? We knew that this was inevitably going to happen. Now the question is Don Lemon next?
Tell us why you're doing this.
This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere.
Tell us why you're doing this.
This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come there. And then we disrupt business as usual. So that's what we're about to go do right now. Demanding justice for Renee Good and letting them know that this will not.
So the question is, like I said, is Don Lemon next? If it happens, it happens. I'll be shocked if it does. But I also think that I'm assuming he has damn good lawyers that will be able to fight this in court. But I still, like I said, I still do not think that he has personally done any wrong or broken any serious laws. Here is Chantal. What's the last name? Chantal Louisa Allen. This is the other person that also got arrested as well for organizing this and, of course, going in and doing what they did inside the church. Just so you guys know about that. Yeah, they're talking about this like a mug. Because this is all breaking news. It's all breaking news. Hold on. You know what? Here's another video. I don't think we've seen this yet. So let's take a look at this one. This is inside the church. I think this is right when she started to interrupt the service. Yep.
Renee Good! Renee Good! Renee Good! Renee Good! Renee Good! Don't shoot! 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 Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are your people? Why are you not at Whipple every day fighting for the humanity, standing for our people? Where are you? You drink your coffee, you got your jewelry, you have your nice clothes, but what do you do? What do you do to stand for your...
I'm sorry, y'all. Okay. But I have to say this. I know it's not going to make people happy. know it's not gonna make a good portion of you guys happy in the chat, but I gotta keep it a bean with y'all. What are we looking at right here? They interrupted that church service. Okay. They interrupted that church service for sure. I mean, there's no question. They interrupted the hell out of that church. Okay, there's no argument about it. That is facts. That service was going on. That pastor went up there and said, "Hey, you're interrupting a service. We're worshiping right now, etc." They walked right in there. You see what I'm saying? So, and then you got this guy, okay, going in on people that are actually worshiping there, interrupting, technically interrupting, literally, technically, and literally interrupting their time of worship. That bad. It's bad. We're just looking at facts, guys. Just facts. Okay?
All your Latino communities. I'm not going to comment. You have no comment. Exactly. You... Renee Good. Renee Good. Freedom. We have a duty to win. We must love and support one another. All these comfortable white people who are living lavish, comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters. You come here to a man wearing a suit as a preacher. Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No, Jesus would dine with immigrants. You do not touch me. Touch me again and see what happens. Hey, you can't. You are a fake Christian. Why are you not standing with your Somali and Latino communities? Why do I not see you out at Whipple every day protesting this attack on humanity? Where are you? You're sinners. You're pretending to be Christians. But we know you live an easy life, don't you? A very easy life while people are starving. Shame.
Okay, I mean, we've seen this already, right? We've already seen this video. But again, as you could see, yeah, this is not great. But at the same time, like, I'm surprised. I mean, here it is. If they're getting the organizers, I'm wondering if they're going and getting the other people that were a part of the protest as well. Part of the protest, not chronicling or documenting the protests. You see what I'm saying? I think that's something that, you know, is important. Or I would like to know that too. Because again, you know, if they're just going after the names, right? Like Nakima and Chantal, you know, what about the other people what about, you know what I mean? What about these other people that are out there, like literally going on live and being like, oh yeah, you know, this is what you're doing, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, those things I think are really important too, you know, to know about as well, because they're only going after the faces. And of course, they've been hell bent on focused on Don Lemon solely because he's Don Lemon. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of ridiculous. You know, I'm saying the people that were out there, and if they believe that laws are being broken here, then those are the people that should be looking at charges, not someone who's just documenting. That's just what I think, you know. But that is very interesting. Obviously, you know, Nakima and Chantal are, you know, they've been arrested, and there may be more arrests coming very, very soon. We'll see what happens and what the outcome of that will be. Now, there is something that I wanted to talk to you guys about. This is something I found to be very, very interesting. Because let's be real, no more freedom of press. Yeah, I okay. Before we go into this conversation, yeah, it seems almost like that. It seems like we're going down that route in a way. But remember, there is no more freedom of press. Think about it. Any person that's reporting things that is against the administration right now, they're getting silenced. They're finding themselves not being able to even go into the White House press conferences, etc. You know what I mean? I'm just talking about like they're bringing in other people that are just MAGA content creators or MAGA news media, right? And they're bringing all of them in, but they're not bringing any of the people that are actually asking questions. If you challenge the administration, they have a problem with it. That's just something I've noticed. I think we've all noticed that. They're kicking certain media outlets out, and they're bringing new people in. Like I said, they're bringing in content creators now to be a part of their media, the media pit, and I think that's absolutely crazy, right? But again, we'll see what's going on, right? We'll see what's going on. But I will also say this: if Don Lemon did break any laws, if he did break laws, that just because he's press does not automatically mean that he's above the law too. So if he broke some laws, then I guess charge is going to be going to him. But like I said, I just don't see anything harder than like trespassing, in my personal opinion. Okay. I think that he was just documenting, he was chronicling, and just getting the story out there. But that still does not mean that he's above the law. Let's not forget that too. But let's get into this next piece, okay? Because there's a lot to talk about and very little time to do it, okay? So immigration the ICE is now being able to do a whole lot more than we knew. And this is going to be a recipe. This is going to be a recipe for disaster. Let me just say this really quick. We are already hearing like what happened in LA, what happened to Renee Good. There was another person that was shot in Minneapolis as well, just like last week. Remember that? Okay. Hold on, guys. There was another guy that was arrested last week, which is absolutely crazy as well. Or not shot at last week. Remember that? There was a protest about that as well. It's been absolutely insane, right? But now we got this new piece of information, okay? Now we got a new piece of information that's absolutely insane, okay? And I talked about this in a short just the other day or just last night, but we need to talk about this. So ICE now has a brand new superpower, okay? They now can go into any home without a judge's warrant. Now, a lot of you guys, I saw, it was crazy. I was reading the comments, okay? Because I plastered this piece of information all over my platforms, okay? And I read all of them. I mean, not up until now. So I'm sure there's more comments, people saying what they need to say. And I think that's very interesting. But nonetheless, let me just say this really quick, okay? This is a recipe for disaster, okay? This is a recipe for disaster, okay? Let me just make that abundantly clear for everyone to hear all the way in the nosebleed seats. This is a recipe for disaster. I'll explain why in just a little bit. But here's the thing. They can now go into any home that they want without a warrant. They have an administration warrant or it's basically a piece of paper. So if they want to go in, they can go in to your home if they want to. This is a very big deal. This is a very big problem. And like I said, a recipe for serious, serious disaster. So federal ICE officers, okay, are asserting sweeping power to forcibly enter people's homes without a judge's warrant. According to an internal ICE memo obtained by the Associated Press, the article that we're reading right here, marking a sharp reversal of longstanding guidance meant to respect constitutional limits on government searches. So the memo authorizes ICE officers to use force to enter a residence based solely on a more narrow administrative warrant. That's what it's called, a narrow administrative warrant to arrest someone with a final order of removal. A move that advocates say collides with Fourth Amendment protections and upends years of advice given to immigrant communities. So The shift comes as the Trump administration dramatically expands immigration arrests nationwide. Now we heard that Maine has been hit. Okay, let's be real. Deploying thousands of officers under a mass deportation campaign that is already reshaping enforcement tactics in cities such as Minneapolis. Okay, for years, immigrant advocates, legal aid groups, and local governments have urged people not to open their doors in immigration to immigration agents unless they are shown a warrant signed by a judge. That guidance is rooted in Supreme Court rulings that generally prohibit law enforcement from entering a home without judicial approval. This is very important, guys. The ICE directive directly undercuts that advice at a time when arrests are accelerating under the administration's immigration crackdown. The memo itself has not been widely shared within the agency, according to a whistleblower complaint, but its contents have been used to train new ICE officers who are being deployed into cities and towns to implement the president's immigration crackdown. New ICE hires and those still in training are being told to follow the memo's guidance instead of writing training materials that actually contradict the memo, according to the whistleblower disclosure. It's unclear how broadly the directive has been applied in ICE operations. The Associated Press witnessed ICE officers ramming through the front door of a home of a Liberian man, Garrison Gibson, with a deportation order from 2023 in Minneapolis on January 11th, wearing heavy tactical gear with their rifles drawn. Documents reviewed by the AP, Associated Press, revealed that the agents only had an administrative warrant. So they've had this for a while. When they did this on January 11th, today is the 22nd of January. So they've had this for a little bit, at least for a little bit. Okay, well over 10 days at least they've been doing this already. Okay, so moving on, that they had an administrative warrant when they did that thing in January 11th, meaning there was no judge who authorized the raid on private property. The change is almost certain to meet legal challenges and stiff criticism from advocacy groups and immigrant-friendly state and local governments that have spent years successfully urging people not to open their doors unless ICE shows them a warrant signed by a judge. Now, remember what happened, real quick. Remember what happened do you remember what happened when we saw that video of the DoorDasher that ran into a person's home, hiding in the basement? She just ran into the home because ICE was pulling up right behind her. She was scared. She ran inside that house. They were calling the people, the owners of the home were inside, absolutely terrified. They didn't know what to do, right? They were scared. They were like, I don't know if we should let them, should we open the door? Should we not? What should we do? We don't know what to do because, of course, they were on the side of that particular person trying to hide away from ICE. They didn't want to give her up, if that makes any sense. But they were like, we don't know what's the legal ramifications if we keep the doors closed. Now, here's what's interesting. They can just ram the door open now. They don't even need to wait for a warrant. Remember when we saw that part one, we didn't see the full thing, but in part one, she's basically screaming at the girl who's making this TikTok, is screaming at the cops, basically saying, hey, or at the ICE agents being like, you better come back with a warrant. I'm not opening the door to nobody, right? But then eventually they opened the door and the girl like gave herself up, right? She surrendered, she gave herself up, and it was a very emotional and very heart-wrenching thing to see, right? But nonetheless, now in that situation, now if that situation happened, they could just bust open the door and just take them. All they need is a little piece of paper saying that they can just bust through the door and do what they need to do. Now, Some of y'all are going, no, that's a good thing. I'm going to explain to you why it's not a good thing. Okay? It's not what you think. So just ride with me, okay? Because I know how some people are like, hey, everything ice, baby. No, let them bust through people's homes and blah, blah, blah. It's a good thing. Hold on for a second. We going to talk. So the Associated Press obtained the memo and whistleblower complaint from an official in Congress who shared it on condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive documents. So this is an anonymous whistleblower that exposed this information. The AP verified the authenticity of the accounts in the complaint. The memo signed by acting director of ICE Todd Lyons and dated May 12th of 2025. So this has been active for a minute, y'all. Sorry, here comes the dun dun dun. Hamburger since May of 2025. It's been around for a minute, y'all. We're just not savvy to it. So we don't know what's going on. You see what I'm saying? So all those protesters that are out there in the streets being like, how dare you go and bust down these doors and do that, this, that, and the third? And we're going, our constitutional rights, what's up with that? Why aren't they doing X, Y, and Z? Well, what's going on? Okay. What's going on? They've been able to do this since May. Although the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has not historically relied on administrative warrants alone to arrest aliens subject to final orders of removal in their place of residence, the DHS Office of the General Counsel has recently determined that the U.S. Constitution, the Immigration and Nationality Act, and the immigration regulations do not prohibit relying on administrative warrants for this particular purpose. The memo does not detail how that determination was made, nor what its legal repercussions might be. So Homeland Security spokeswoman McLaughlin said in an email statement to the AP that everyone the department serves with an administrative warrant has already had, quote unquote, full due process and a final order of removal. Interesting. Now, of course, when it comes to something like that, I'd want to know, I would hope that anybody who's about to be taking this and et cetera, right? I would be like, yo, give me the paperwork. You see what I'm saying? If I was a family member and suddenly this person runs into my home and takes the person, you know, the person that they believe that deserves to be deported, I'd be like, where's the proof? Show me the proof. Where's the breadcrumbs that led you to this moment? They're just saying, oh, yeah, we've already done our background checks. We've already done a full due process. We did our due diligence. And so this is the final order of removal. I'd want to know a whole lot more. So again, guys, for those of y'all who have family members that are being taken from you right now as we speak, start asking for the Carfax. Start asking for the paperwork, all of it. Now, let me just say this. Let me preface that, you know, or let me add to this and say also, if you do have a violent immigrant in your household and they get taken, don't be surprised. If you have someone who is illegal and is violent and is a criminal and they're known for their criminality, don't be surprised if they come in and take that person from you. Don't be surprised. Okay? But if you are someone who's innocent, did no wrong, I'd be like, where's all the car? Show me everything. Ask for it all. But if that person is known to be part of some sort of gang, has done some unaliving, has done very bad things to women or children or anything of that sort, shoot, go on. Bye. Sorry. Don't even ask, because you probably already know. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Just saying. So let's continue on. She said the officers issuing those warrants have also found probable cause for the person's arrest. She said the Supreme Court and Congress have, quote unquote, recognized the propriety of administrative warrants in cases of immigration enforcement without elaborating. So, yeah, like I said, we all want information, right? We want information. You can't just say, yeah, we're just going to go into that person's home and just take them. Oh, we already did our due diligence. So, get out the way. Thank you so much. And it's like, well, what are the charges? You know, like when somebody gets arrested, right? When they go to a person's place of work, let's just say, and they're like, Samuel Michaels? Yes. You're under arrest for the murder of John Johnson. You see what I'm saying? You hear why they are getting arrested, right? There is a reason why they're getting arrested. They don't just walk into a place of work and go to that Sam Michaels or whatever and say, oh yeah, hi Sam, you're under arrest. See ya. And just take them out. No, they go, hey, here's the reason why you're getting arrested. And then they go, you have the right to remain silent. Anything and everything you say is, blah, blah, blah. I don't know the Miranda thing. Miranda rights by heart. But you get what I'm saying, right? They at least tell you what you've done and why you are getting arrested under the suspicion of harboring a person. You see what I'm saying? Something you're going to know when you get arrested. In this situation, they're just getting taken, guys. They're just getting taken. That's not good. And that's why a lot of people are feeling like, Javier Gonzalez, and they just grab him. They're not even saying, oh, he's been detained because he's illegal and he's been, moving people or something of that sort. You know what I mean? So again, that's crazy. So McLaughlin did not respond to questions about whether ICE officers entered a person's home since the memo was issued, relying solely on an administrative warrant. And if so, how often? Well, if this thing has happened and has been issued and has started since as far back as May of 2025, I feel like it's fair to assume, okay? It's safe to assume that they've already been using this, okay? And they're already using it right now as we speak. So you mean to tell me they haven't used it yet? Like, in the past? They have used it in the past. That is a guarantee, okay? Now, let me explain to you, because I know some people out there are being like, this is a good thing. Let them do what they're doing. Ice, baby. FAFO, brother. Well, let me explain something to you. This is a recipe for disaster. Here's the reason why. You don't think some of these people are suited and booted? You don't think any of these people are going to sit there and say, wait a second, what about my what is it, the castle law? What about my stand my ground laws, and rights? What about all that? You don't think that people, masked men in tactical gear, just bust through your home? You don't think somebody's going to just open fire? I'm sorry, but let's keep it a bean, guys. This is a recipe for freaking disaster, because now everybody and their mama knows about this information. The whole world now knows about this, and it's not good news, no matter what way you look at it. Remember what happened to Breonna Taylor? I hate to bring up that name and all that because I know that splits the room too, but let's keep it a bean. That whole situation was terrible. Imagine that situation happening everywhere now. Right down your street, because you got these cowboys going in and busting doors open. Recipe for disaster. Forget constitutional rights. Forget that. Forget FAFO. Forget ice, baby. These guys might get iced, baby, just for going into the wrong house. Real talk. What happened yesterday? Okay, what happened yesterday I'm surprised. One, two different reasons. I'm surprised that they gave us the story saying that the assailant, the person that they were, not the assailant, but the person that they were trying to detain did not use a weapon, like he didn't have a pew-pew. I'm surprised, first off, that they didn't say that he had a pew-pew. I figured that they would just plant that story in there somehow, but he didn't have a pew-pew. But here's number two. I'm surprised that he didn't have a pew-pew. And I'm surprised, like, because there's been other places saying, ICE agents ambushed, right? When that wasn't the point, or that really wasn't what happened, right? I'm very surprised that it wasn't a full-on just firefight in the middle of the damn street in Compton, baby. I'm very surprised. But here's the thing, though. Now that now that the public knows that ICE can just break into any person's home, as long as they have this little piece of paper, you don't think everybody and their mom is going to be suited and booted and ready to go at any given notice? And at a very short notice? This is what I fear. This is what I am very worried about. Because at the end of the day, this could be very bad. Okay? This could be very bad. So this is not a good thing. I don't see this as a good thing. No one should see this as a good thing. This is going to get bloody and it's going to get messy. And now we're going to have other stories where we'll be breaking news about something happening, because instead of it being gunfire coming from one side, it's gunfire coming from both sides. That's not good. Not at all. Oh, here's the other thing, too. Here's the other problem that I'm having, and we got to get into the next story, because there's not something else that's also pretty insane that's going on. Actually, no, let me play this. Let me play this video first before we go into the next topic. Okay, we're going in. It's lightning fast today. Wait a second. You couldn't hear any. Oh, damn. Sorry, guys. Let me play that again. Apologies. Damn. Let's play that again. My bad, guys.
Clashes in Minneapolis.
That's weird.
Federal officers firing pepper spray and tear gas at protesters confronting Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino, preventing agents from entering convenience stores during their ongoing immigration crackdown. Bovino himself seen tossing a smoke canister into a crowd. This as a new whistleblower complaint comes to light. It reveals a memo released internally by Immigration and Customs Enforcement suggesting that federal agents can rely on administrative warrants to make arrests instead of judicial warrants, meaning a judge does not have to sign off for agents to enter a suspect's home. The Department of Homeland Security insists there is legal precedent, but immigration advocates claim it's a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
ICE is saying we're going to blatantly ignore case law from the U.S. Supreme Court that says an independent party must make a decision at the judiciary to issue a warrant. And we're just going to rely on our own warrants signed off by our own people to bust down a door and go into a home.
This, to me, like I said before, gives these guys more. It gives them more. Gives them more power. Gives them more reign to do whatever the heck they want. This is not good. And I don't see how this is a good thing. Period. Police officers need a warrant to walk into or raid a particular home. Like FBI, cops, etc. They all have to have warrants signed off by a judge to be able to go into a home and do a thorough search or a raid or anything of that sort. All right. These guys are above that. They can do whatever the hell they want. Pretty much. That's not good. How is that good? Okay. How is that good? Let's continue.
Executive branch trying to act like the legislative branch and making up laws and policies as they go along.
In response, Homeland Security saying every illegal alien who DHS serves administrative warrants had full due process and a final order of removal from an immigration judge. The officers issuing these administrative warrants also have found probable cause. But at least one U.S. senator is now calling for an investigation. Meanwhile, the immigration crackdown now spreading to the state of Maine. Agents saying they're searching for 1,400 targets accused of multiple crimes. As for the use of tear gas against protesters, an appeals court is allowing officers to use the tactic for crowd control. Vice President J.D. Vance visits Minneapolis today to speak with local leaders.
All right, to the other big story we're following this morning that broke late yesterday, an internal Immigration and Customs Enforcement memo obtained by the Associated Press shows ICE officials told officers and agents they can forcibly enter homes of people subject to deportation without warrants signed by judges. Now, the memo from acting ICE Director Todd Lyons, shared by whistleblowers with Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal, is dated May 12th. It authorizes agents to forcibly enter homes using only an administrative warrant instead of a warrant from a judge when a person has a final order of removal. This reflects, of course, a major departure from the longstanding practice of requiring judge-signed warrants to enter homes. It also is a clear Fourth Amendment violation. The memo also instructs agents to knock and announce, state their identity and purpose, give occupants time to comply, avoid entries before 6 a.m. or after 10 p.m., and to only use, quote, necessary and reasonable force. The whistleblowers say it was secretively rolled out, shown only to select officials, and verbally briefed to others. According to the group, Whistleblower Aid, quote, together our clients are aware of multiple DHS employees who faced retaliation for expressing their concerns and or disagreement with the May 12th memo's policy change, likely constituting prohibited personnel practices. One client is aware of a seasoned government instructor tasked with teaching this new doctrine who chose to resign rather than be forced to teach what they understood to be unlawful. In response, a DHS spokesperson defended the policy, didn't deny it, defended it. saying individuals with administrative warrants have had, quote, full due process, and that administrative warrants have long been recognized as immigration enforcement. Joining us now, MS Now senior legal reporter and former litigator Lisa Rubin, MS Now justice and intelligence reporter Ken Delanian, along with MS Now contributor Mike Barnacle. Ken, I'll start with you. So first of all, I'm just wondering what MAGA Republicans think of the concept of law enforcement being able to break into people's homes without an actual judge-issued warrant. But more importantly, it now seems to explain what we're seeing out there, because there's a lot of behavior out there that does not vibe with law enforcement procedure. We've seen homes being broken into. We've seen cars being broken into. We've seen videos of ICE agents inside stores. And I think a lot of people interested in the law being followed are wondering, how did they get in there? Why do they feel emboldened to break in? What do you make of this memo? And is it a violation of the law?
Yeah, Mika, good morning. This is incredible and important reporting by the AP's Rebecca Santana. And she says in the story that the AP doesn't really know, no one knows to what extent they've actually used this memo and acted on this memo, but they documented at least one case where they said they saw ICE officers break into the home of a Liberian immigrant and drag him out, and then they later learned that that was based only on an administrative warrant. And you ask what MAGA Republicans are going to think of this. Look, let's be real here. MAGA Republicans and many Donald Trump supporters are angry and annoyed that there are so many people running around the United States who have final orders of removal, illegal immigrants in the country illegally who should be deported, and ICE is trying to find them and they can't find them, and it's a really difficult administrative problem, and it's existed for years. But that doesn't trump the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution. No matter whether they have an order of removal, an administrative warrant, the Fourth Amendment applies to all persons in the United States, not just American citizens. And there's a long litany of Supreme Court decisions and other case law that suggests that the Fourth Amendment applies in all of these contexts. There's no such thing as an administrative warrant that allows law enforcement officers to break into a home without approval of a judge, because people are supposed to be secure in their persons and papers. That's a fundamental precept of the Constitution. So, you know, this thing we don't think has been tested in court, and most legal experts who've looked at this have said that it won't survive a court challenge. But right now they're acting on it. As you said, we're seeing ICE agents do these things, and we don't know what the legal basis is, but this memo suggests that this is one of the things. And the other really telling thing about the story, you alluded to this, is that she reports that the memo is not in wide circulation. In fact, the security around it is really telling. They're not letting people keep copies of it. They're letting people read it and then they're taking it back. And somehow these whistleblowers managed to obtain a copy and slip it to a senator, and that's how it's gotten out. But this is really an alarming and troubling development, and I'm glad you're highlighting it this morning.
That is insane, guys. What the hell? We do have some breaking news that I want to share with you guys, though. And you guys have been trying to keep me savvy on all these things. But here's something. Don has nothing to worry about. Looks like Don got nothing to worry about. So a judge rejects Justice Department's attempt to bring charges against Don Lemon. Wow. Wow, New York. Wow. Okay. First and foremost, I'm shocked. I figured that this would happen. You know what I mean? That he would get arrested, right? Or get some charges of some sort. So that's big. Okay. That's absolutely insane. All right. So again, that's pretty nuts. We're gonna look at that here in a second. Hold on 1 second, guys. I do want to share that with you guys, but I'm gonna play the rest of this for a hot minute. I got to take care of something. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to take care of something here really quick.
So, Lisa, you've seen the whistleblower complaint. Let's lay out a little bit from a legal point of view, the important difference between a warrant issued by a judge and this administrative warrant. There's a reason that there are restrictions on searches of people's home built into the Constitution. But what is the distinction between those two kind of warrants?
An administrative warrant is exactly what it sounds like. It's issued by somebody within the agency. It doesn't have a judicial check on it. A judicial warrant is something that is presented to a judge with grounds for the warrant and is signed by a judge. And that has always been sort of the dividing line between when you can search somebody's home and when you can't. Now, Willie, there are exceptions, even under the Fourth Amendment. For example, if you're in hot pursuit of a suspect, can you enter a home without a warrant? Sometimes, yes. If you need to prevent imminent violence to someone, for example, you hear a domestic violence episode or a likely killing behind a door, can you enter without a warrant? Sure. But this doesn't reach any of those exceptions in the case law under the Fourth Amendment to when you can enter a home without that judicial warrant.
So what kind of an umbrella are they using? Are the ICE personnel potentially using to go into a person's home? Under what umbrella?
I don't know. I mean, essentially what they're saying is if this is incident to an arrest of someone who is subject to a final order of removal, that a search predicated on an administrative warrant alone is enough to get through the door. We have not seen the entirety of the memo. We don't know whether it has an underlying constitutional justification, but theoretically, according to this whistleblower disclosure, people at ICE have advised that this meets their constitutional standards. As Ken just said, I'm a little dubious of that.
So apparently ICE has no responsibility from the administrative level at the top of ICE to publish this memo so the public can look at it?
They don't. And in fact, like there are, for example, a couple of weeks ago, my colleague Fallon Gallagher and I were looking at ICE policy and CBP, Customs and Border Patrol policy on the use of force. We were surprised that that memo existed in a public format, and only because it was an exhibit in litigation that's existing right now about the use of force against protesters and other citizens. Were it not for that, would we find it on ICE's website? Absolutely not. They have no obligation to publish it, and oftentimes take great pains to keep these things from the public. But what Ken described goes well beyond that. It's not just keeping it from the public, it's preventing people within the agency from even maintaining a copy of their own. That suggests a level of secrecy around this that goes well beyond simply having internal policies for internal consumption only.
And because of this now, these raids certainly be open to legal challenge. We'll see if that comes going forward. We'll keep an eye on it.
Sorry, guys. Again, like I said, guys, I just think that this is, I mean, I don't think it's right. I'm just going to say it. I don't think it's right. I think that it's only going to be a recipe for absolute disaster if it turns out to be, if this turns out to be the thing that stays out here. Now, of course, things are subject to change. Maybe there's going to be something that's going to stop that from actually happening, from these random, I think, unjustifiable raids that they're doing if they're using these administrative warrants, which is just weak sauce, in my personal opinion. Okay. In my personal opinion, I think that is absolutely weak sauce. All right. Now, again, we'll see what happens here. Okay. We'll see what happens here. But on some real stuff, that is just really jacked up. Okay. So again, let me just pull up a few other things here real quick. All right, guys, 1 second, because there are some other things that I do want to talk to you guys about that are actually happening. Of course, like I said a second ago, that I was going to talk to you guys about this. This is breaking news right now as we speak. Okay. And it's right here. The judge rejects Justice Department's attempt to bring charges against Don Lemon. We just talked about it a second ago, but again, now he's not getting any charges, which is amazing. Surprising. I'm going to be real. I was surprised. I figured he would get like at least trespassing or something of that sort, but he's not. A federal magistrate judge rejected the DOJ's attempt to bring charges against journalist Don Lemon for appearing alongside protesters who breached a Minnesota church, which we already know about. Okay. The attorney general is enraged at the magistrate's judge's decision. A person familiar with the matter said. So Pam Bondi has been on the ground in Minnesota for 2 days, meeting with federal prosecutors from the state. So we already know about who Don Lemon is, okay, and what he does and what happened. All right, we already know about that. He has said that he was present at the demonstration as a journalist and not as a protester. And you see it in the video. He's like, I'm just here photographing. I'm not part of the group. I'm a journalist. He did say that quite a bit. The DOJ has arrested 2 people, which we already know about. Okay. And of course, the CNN has reached out to representatives for Don Lemon, and they're still waiting for some sort of comment or something of that sort to come back. And I'm going to be real. The fact that he said those 2 things is absolutely important. And the fact that he did this live, you could see it on camera. There's no fight about it, right? There's no question about whether or not he was lying. He said it on camera multiple times. I'm here to chronicle this. That's what he said. I'm here to chronicle this. I'm a journalist. I'm here to document. I'm not a part of the group. I'm not here a part of the group, etc. Right? But looks like he's not getting arrested. Looks like he's not going to jail. And I'm sure a lot of people are really happy about that as well. But moving on, okay, we got more. This is insane. All right. This is absolutely insane. But this is a story I saw that came out of Pittsburgh. Okay. This is just insane. This is the reason why I keep saying it's very important that ICE is out here showing, like identification, showing their faces, etc. Because this is all a recipe for disaster. It's already a recipe for disaster. People are already out here impersonating ICE agents, guys. That's already happening. But now we got a story out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where a teen basically knocked out a guy acting like an ICE agent, trying to come into their home to do God knows what, to steal his PlayStation. Oh my Lord. This is terrible. Okay. This is terrible. Okay. Absolutely insane. Okay. Absolutely freaking insane. So teen defends home after ICE agent breaks in to steal a PlayStation gaming device. Okay. Crazy. All right. So hold on one second, guys. Hold on. Jesus. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Sorry, guys. One second. Completely. What is going on? Okay. I don't even know what this is. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm getting summoned. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out some things here, guys. My apologies. So again, you got ICE agents out here. Okay. You got ICE agents out here, literally. Or not ICE agents, I'm sorry. You got people literally going out of their way to impersonate ICE agents. This is not a joke. This This is not a drill of any kind. This is not a fugazi. It is real. There are guys out there that are literally dressing up like ICE agents and doing bad things to people. And we've already heard there's other stories like this. There's already things that have happened in the past with other people in other states that have done these kind of things. Why? Because these guys can walk around. These ICE agents already walk around nameless. They're nameless. They're faceless. They're nameless. They don't have any, they don't have the credentials that you need to have. They don't have any type of identification on them. It's not like it's officer such and such, right? They don't have badge numbers, nothing. They literally have ICE strapped onto their chest, and that's all. That's it. We don't know who these people are, which is not good. Like I said, recipe for disaster. But again, look at this. This is crazy. Okay? Guy by the name of William Gregory. Okay? 35-year-old William Gregory, an idiot. All right? Dressed up like an ICE agent and tried to broke into this home. And then was trying to steal a PlayStation, and apparently the kid knocked him out. And don't get between a teenager and his PlayStation. Let's keep it a bean, okay? Don't you dare. Don't you dare. So, a teenage boy is being credited with defending his family after an intruder allegedly broke into their home in an attempt to steal a PlayStation gaming console and a cell phone. So, according to the WTAE, 35-year-old William Gregory was taken into custody after he allegedly broke into a home in search of electronic devices, including gaming controllers. The report states that Gregory allegedly entered the home through a kitchen window and claimed to be an agent with ICE while wielding a knife. He allegedly demanded to see the family's paperwork while attempting to steal a PlayStation gaming console and controllers, as well as a cell phone belonging to a 17-year-old boy. The teen reportedly threw a punch after being threatened, striking William Gregory in the face and knocking him unconscious, until law enforcement arrived at the scene, according to that outlet. So speaking with WTAE, the family's neighbor, Crystal Calloway, said, "I believe that is a Hispanic home, and our neighborhood is very diverse. It's a great thing that the man's adrenaline kicked in and went into action to defend his family. Thank goodness for that." So, according to WTAE, the family does not speak English and confirmed that the boy is indeed 17 years old. So he was William Gregory, the dumbass of the day, dumbest criminal in the world, was arrested on and charged with the following: ethnic intimidation and burglary. He was taken to jail where he's being held. What I also think is interesting is that why didn't he get charged with like impersonating an agent, impersonating an officer, or something of that sort, right? Let's not forget, he claimed to be an ICE agent holding a weapon. Then he demanded paperwork from the family. And while he was like, let me see them papers. And while I'm at it, let me get that PS5. And the kid said, over my dead body, and then knocked him out. This is real. This is real. This really happened, y'all. This really freaking happened. Okay. Pretty wild. Take a listen here, y'all. This is nutty.
At 6, a Pittsburgh man is accused of pretending to be an ICE agent while breaking into a home.
I feel bad for the family because they shouldn't have to gone through that.
So police say this man broke into a home on Climax Street in Beltsover and demanded to see their identification papers. Channel 11's Gabriela DeLuca spoke with a neighbor who knows that family and heard about all the commotion.
You can see the shards of glass on the window here where police say the man broke in and told the family inside that he was an ICE agent.
I'm sorry for them, and I hope that maybe our community can come out and do something positive for them.
Crystal Calloway is disturbed to hear about what happened to the family who lives in this home on Climax Street. This past Saturday, police say a man named William Gregory broke in through the family's kitchen window, came upstairs shouting that he was an ICE agent and needed to see their paperwork. Neighbors tell Channel 11 the family who lives here is Hispanic.
I feel bad for the family because they shouldn't have to gone through that. And unfortunately, I hope nobody else around here has to go through that because there are a lot of Hispanic people that live in this neighborhood.
According to investigators, Gregory pulled out a knife and threatened to stab a teenage boy in the home while trying to steal his PlayStation console and controllers, and then ripped his cell phone out of his hand. The two began to fight, which is when the teen eventually punched Gregory in the face and knocked him unconscious.
I mean, I mean, let's be real, okay? That is a weak ass chin. It's got to be, or that kid, you know, he getting it. He doing some bag work. You know what I'm saying? He just getting it in. You see what I'm saying? But again, you also got to remember, you know, never get in between a kid and their PS5. That it's crazy that it's like he jumped in through the window, holding a knife, and he said, "Show me them papers." Right? Nothing happened then. It's only when he tries to steal the PS5 that this kid said, "Over my dead body," and then took the guy out. You know what I'm saying? Dude dressed up like an ICE agent. You understand? Do you understand how crazy that is? That's crazy. Okay? That's crazy. But again, like I said, this is why this is so important that we know that these ICE agents are real. That they have to have some definitive identification on them. Because it could be anybody going into anybody's home and just dressed up. You could find a lot of those things online, y'all. You can find all those outfits online. Okay? Shoot, probably 99% of y'all already have all that stuff in your home already. All you need is some hoodies and some dark clothes. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's really easy for you to go and just dress up like an ICE agent and act as if you are one. Plenty of dudes that are out here that do burpees and work out at CrossFit, all right, probably have some good cargo pants and some decent, you know, army greens, some camos, etc. You know, the ones that cosplay every day, like they're just ultimate badasses, ready for anything. You know, they're wearing everything that they wear is tactical, even though they've never been a part of law enforcement ever in life, but everything that they wear from head to toe is tactical gear. Right? But the pockets are basically like sewn shut because they don't even use those pockets. It's all there for show. You know exactly who I'm talking about. Come on now. We all know at least one person like that. Okay? They got the specific shades on, you know, the one the wrap around, you know what I mean? It's a full-on cosplay. You know? 99% of those dudes could just dress up as such and go out there and cause crimes if they wanted to and say, "Oh, I'm an ICE agent," if they wanted to. Real talk. They could. Sorry, but that is the truth. And there are other impersonators that have been out here that have done things in the past. This ain't the first rodeo with this type of thing. That's why I say it's really important that these guys have identification. They do. I don't see why this is okay. I just don't see how everybody out here, the ones that are out here going FAFO, the ones that are out here saying "Ice, Ice, baby," listen, that's all fine and dandy. You can love them and appreciate what they're doing and how they're doing it. But the fact that they're walking around and we don't know who they are, and if something unjust happens, the people, to a civilian, to an American citizen, and let's just say it happens unjustly, we can't even call them out. We can't even go to the department and basically say, "Badge number X, Y, and Z, last name Smith, did this terrible thing." They're walking around nameless, faceless. That is a problem. To the point where other people are going to take full advantage of it in the worst kinds of ways. This is hilarious to me. This is obviously very sad and scary too, because this really happened to a family that didn't deserve to be attacked in this way by an impersonator, no less. But that could also mean that there are other people out there that could be impersonating ICE agents anytime they want, or ICE agents doing whatever the hell they want because they know that they're faceless and nameless. There's got to be a change in that, guys. And I think that's going to be the reason why. I'm going to be real. This is going to be the reason why there's going to be a government shutdown at the end of this month. I said it. Sorry. So sorry, but I think there's going to be another government shutdown. Yep, I said it. There's going to be another mother-loving shutdown. Wait for it, because it's all going to be about ICE. If it continues to go this way, the fact that you got one side of the government basically saying we need these guys to walk around with body cams, and barely any of them do have body cams, that's a big problem. The fact that ICE, DHS wants more money for ICE. Why? Because they want to bulk up the amount of people that they have out here in these streets. That's obvious too. That's the truth as well. You know what I mean? So again, I think this is very, very important. Okay. I think it's very, very important that these guys start having them now. Those things, those certain protocols, body cams, right? Identification, etc. Before they even start asking for more moolah. All they're trying to do is bulk up the amount of soldiers, the amount of agents that they have out here, because they want to have another personal army. That's all it is. And you got to remember, there's a lot of J6ers that are still looking for a job. I said it. Sorry, but think about it. And there's a lot of guys that listen to Joe Rogan all day long, while they're doing burpees and pull-ups and thrusters and all that. Okay? Let's be real. Let's be real. So again, what's going to come of this? What's going to come of this? Right? What is going to come of this? So, just saying. It's insane. Okay. Oh, no. Messy. No. I'm saying that the fact that there's going to be pushback about ICE and the funding of ICE and them wanting to tailor things within ICE is going to be one of the main reasons why there's going to be a government shutdown. No, if there's a government shutdown, ICE is still going to be out here in these streets, y'all. That's true. ICE isn't going to stop because the government shutdown. It didn't stop in November when there was a government shutdown. What I'm saying is that there will be a government shutdown. I feel that there will be a government shutdown starting February 1st, solely because they can't meet eye to eye. Both sides, Republicans and Democrats, can't meet eye to eye about certain things revolving around ICE. But that still won't change. You're right. Absolutely right, Messy. It still won't change. And it still won't stop ICE being out here. They're still funded, which is crazy. You got other federal employees not getting paid during the government shutdown, but ICE is still getting fed very well. They're still getting fed very well. So they're getting their money somewhere. They're getting their funding somewhere, which is weird and crazy. But remember, a good portion of these guys are making six figures. A good portion of these guys are making six figures. And if you really think about it, if they were to not give some of these guys or a lot of these guys $200,000 a year, and they just cut that down, even so, cut it in half, they'd still have funding. They'd be able to have funding to get body cams, even to bulk up their army, their people. I'm not trying to give them ideas or nothing. No. But you get what I'm saying, though, right? You get it. You see it. You're picking up what I'm putting down here. You see? These guys are getting paid a lot of cash, a lot of money. But if they cut that stuff in half, oh, and yeah, that's the other thing, too. A $50,000 signing bonus check for getting recruited and signing on. and becoming ICE, $50,000. Then on top of tax-free, just money. And then on top of that, you're getting $200,000 a year for going around and doing what you're doing. No name, no identification, no faceless. This is bliss for a lot of these dudes. So again, government shutdown will most likely happen because they won't be able to see eye to eye with funding for ICE. And there's going to be, of course, like I've said before, there's going to be certain things that they want to have done. Okay? There's a certain amount of things that they want to have done with ICE. Meaning what the Democrats want, right? They want more regulations. They want to put some leashes on these mother lovers. Okay? Some reins on these mother lovers, right? I don't think the likes of Kristi Noem wants that. She doesn't. She wants to grow ICE, and that's it. She wants it bigger. Hence the reason why they're asking for more funds and more money. Same thing. Funds and money, same thing. But you get what I'm saying. But of course, you got Democrats going, well, how about if we give you more money, but the money is specifically spent for these specific things? Body camera, etc. But I don't think that Kristi Noem and the powers that be are going to be down for that. In fact, they're saying not more money to grow your army, more money, let's tailor this money for this specific thing, right? So again, we'll see what happens, right? We'll see. And then, of course, Stephen Miller as well. They're all involved in this, Dr. Evil. They're all involved in this stuff. So we'll see how that all goes down. But we will definitely see how it all goes down. Trust and believe. But let's continue on. Okay. Here is another thing that we do need to talk about. I talked about this in a video, in a kind of like a VOD pop-up video. Okay. But there is some new updates here that I think is pretty insane. First and foremost, I talked to you guys about Geraldo Lunas Campos. All right. He was an ICE detainee that lost his life earlier this month. You remember that, right? Now, here's the thing. They said that he lost his life due to medical complications, when in actuality, after they did an autopsy, they found out that his death is actually being ruled a homicide. Now, peep this real quick. Geraldo Lunas Campos was, from what they say, I don't know his track record, but what they said about his track record is not great. He was a volatile criminal, and he was an illegal here in America. They were able to detain him. They put him into an ICE detention facility. Now, here's the thing, okay? You know how I feel about illegal criminals that are here in America. Take them, get them out, right? Process them, get them the F out. But here's the thing. They're also human. They haven't had due process. They haven't even had a trial. They're just sitting in a detention facility waiting to be deported or waiting for justice to be handed to them, right? At the end of the day, every single last one of these people that are being detained, even the American citizens that are being put in there and being detained for protesting or whatnot, they all have human rights. Doesn't matter if you like the person or not. I don't like Brian Koberger, but he deserves to have his rights as a human acknowledged and honored, right? But, and let the outside, the world that he lives in prison, do their thing. You know what I mean? Prison be prison. Let prison be prison. You feel me? But as far as like 3-course meals, a bed and a pillow to lay on, hygiene, personal hygiene, hygiene requirements, etc., those necessities, every person deserves that. Every person. Don't care how volatile and terrible that person is. Okay? Let me just make that abundantly clear. But this is interesting. He gets brought in, and I guess he was in line waiting for his medication. And something happened while he was standing in line waiting for his medication. There was a huge altercation that happened between him and some ICE agents inside the facility, to the point where there was an eyewitness that basically said that they saw them treat this man in such a terrible way, to the point where we had a very famous line come out of his mouth multiple times, but in Spanish, saying, "I can't breathe." We all know that phrase quite a bit. And then the man lost his life. He was actually taken into like a solitary confinement, the SHU, their own version of the SHU, right? And that's where he was found gone. All right. Now, they said that ICE put out information saying that he lost his life due to medical complications. One of the reasons why he was actually in line for medication. Okay. But now you got autopsies coming back and saying he died due to asphyxia, homicide at the hands of these ICE agents. This is absolutely crazy, but we got to take a look at this. Yeah, the SHU, okay? Literally solitary confinement. He was being put into solitary confinement because he was losing, I guess he lost his mind or he got mad or whatever it may be. And then while in this altercation with officers, he lost his life. And he kept saying, "I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe." And then he lost his life. And this all is coming straight from a witness seeing all of this. And there's more than just one witness that saw this, I guarantee you. He was standing in line for medication. So there is more than just one person that saw this, I guarantee. But let's continue. Let's look at this. A Cuban migrant held in solitary confinement at an ICE detention facility in Texas died after guards held him down and he stopped breathing, according to an autopsy report released Wednesday that ruled his demise a homicide. So Geraldo Lunas Campos, he passed away, lost his life on the 3rd of January of this month, of this year, following an altercation with guards. U.S. ICE agents, okay, or U.S. ICE said the 55-year-old father of 4 was trying to do the unthinkable to himself. Yeah, and the staff tried to stop him. But a witness told the Associated Press last week that Lunas Campos was handcuffed as at least 5 guards held him down and put one arm around his neck and squeezed until he was unconscious. His demise was one of at least 3 reported in little more than a month at Camp East, Montana, a sprawling tent facility in the desert on the grounds of Fort Bliss, an Army base. So you got one of 3 people that lost their lives in this detention facility within a month of each other, if I'm correct. Now I get it. This guy most definitely had a record. Okay? This guy was a very bad man. But that does not mean that this guy should be losing his life at the hands of ICE agents because maybe he's throwing a tantrum or he's having an altercation with police. Okay? He still has human rights, period. Okay? So the autopsy report by the El Paso County ME office found Lunas Campos' body showed signs of a struggle. including abrasions around his chest, or on his chest, I'm sorry, and knees. He also had hemorrhages on his neck. The deputy medical examiner said this, okay? He determined that cause of demise as asphyxia due to neck and torso compression. The report said witnesses saw Lunas Campos become unresponsive while being physically restrained by law enforcement. He did not elaborate on what happened during the struggle, but cited evidence of injuries to his neck, head, and torso associated with physical restraint. The report also noted the presence of I don't even know what that is. I guess petiole, I don't know. Hemorrhages, okay, tiny blood spots from burst capillaries that can be associated with intense strain or injury in the eyelids and skin of the neck. So another forensic pathologist who reviewed the autopsy report for the Associated Press said the presence of these hemorrhages, okay, in the eyes support the conclusion that asphyxia caused the demise. Those injuries suggest pressure on the body and are often associated with such demise, with such deaths, he said. He also said the contusions on his body may reflect physical restraint, and the neck injuries were consistent with a hand or knee on the neck. The autopsy also found the presence of prescription antidepressants and antihistamine medications, adding that Lunas Campos had a history of bipolar disorder and anxiety. It made no mention of him trying to take himself out. So, look at that. So he still was able to get his medication. The autopsy said that his prescriptions were taken. So he did take his medication. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't have medical complications even after you take your medication. But this shows you proof positive that it wasn't a situation where it was like he didn't get his medication and therefore he had some sort of heart issue or something of that sort. He had his medication. Antidepressants and antihistamine medications in his system were found. So the fact that they were able to do this autopsy and say, wait, these hemorrhages, from his in his eyelids and the skin around his neck show that he actually did lose his life by the hand of somebody, right? So, government provided changing accounts of what actually happened. ICE's initial account of the demise, which included no mention of an altercation with guards, which would be important, right? That'd be helpful, right? Said that this guy, Lunas Campos, had become disruptive, and staff moved him into a cell block where detainees were held away from others. So, in other words, solitary confinement. A shoe, like the shoe, you know what I mean? So anyway, while in segregation, staff observed him in distress and contacted on-site medical personnel for assistance. The agency said this in a January 9th statement, 6 days after he lost his life. Medical staff responded, initiated life-saving measures, and requested emergency medical services. Lunas Campos was pronounced gone after paramedics arrived. Last Thursday, after his family was first informed of his passing, that his passing was likely ruled a homicide, DHS spokesperson, she's back here again, Tricia McLaughlin, amended the government's account, saying that he attempted to, delete himself, and guards tried to help him. Interesting, right? So at first, it was while he was locked up in the shoe, okay, they observed him having some medical issues. And then they tried to render aid, and he lost his life. Then as soon as the family finds out that no, oh, this is muerte at the hands of ICE. And that's what the autopsies are coming back. The autopsy reports are coming back as such. Tricia McLaughlin, the Homeland Security spokesperson, then goes, no. See, what had happened was they were trying to stop him from doing some bad things. And that's what happened. Okay. Campos violently resisted the security staff and continued to attempt to do something bad to himself. During the ensuing struggle, he stopped breathing and lost consciousness. After the final autopsy report was released yesterday, McLaughlin issued a statement emphasizing that Lunas Campos was, quote unquote, a criminal, illegal alien, and a convicted PDF. New York court records show Lunas Campos was convicted in 2003 of bad things, okay, with a little, a felony for which he was sentenced to 1 year in jail. 1 year in jail for that ish? That is insane. And placed on the state's SO registry. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison and 3 years of supervision in 2009 after being convicted of attempting to sell substances, according to New York corrections records. He completed the sentence in January of 2017. ICE takes seriously the health and safety of all those detained in our custody. We don't know that for sure. Remember when House representatives tried to go into at least the facilities in Minneapolis and they were rejected. They were kicked out, right? But moving on. This is what she said. This is what McLaughlin said said yesterday, okay? Adding that the agency was investigating the death. They should have already been investigating the death, but okay. DHS has not responded to questions about whether any outside law enforcement agency was also investigating. So, again, very, 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 very interesting that this guy, who, by the way, like I said, he's a monster. I'm not going to sit here and say that he's a good guy, okay? But what happened to him, and if this is actually true, and they're saying autopsies are looking at this and they're ruling this a homicide. And if that is true, hey, this is not how any person should be losing their life. Doesn't matter how deplorable, doesn't matter how monstrous that person still has human rights, and they need to be honored and respected until they go into an actual prison and worry about dropping the soap. You see what I'm saying? And the fact that there's a possible, if not a very blatant cover-up going on in real time, we're seeing that, is disturbing as hell. Is disturbing as hell. They are walking it back. At first, it was he had medical complications. Then when they came back, autopsy said, oh, no, that's a homicide. They said, oh, yeah, oh, okay, so see, what had happened was it wasn't medical complication. You know what I'm saying? But, he wanted to do some bad things to himself. And so we were trying to stop him, and then now he gone. You realize that doesn't sound good. Whether or not that's the truth, let's just say it's the truth, but they're walking it back like that. Optically, that looks bad. You're right. You know that, right? You see that being a bad look. At first, they said medical complications, and then they rendered aid, and he gone now. And then when the autopsy came back being like, oh, no, that's asphyxia. That's a homicide. That's when they're like, oh, no, he was trying to do something bad. And so therefore, yeah, see what really happened. It wasn't really like a medical complication. You feel me? It was this other thing. And then, yeah, that's what really went down. Doesn't that look bad optically? Doesn't that look like a cover up? Let's just say it's not a cover up. Let's just say that is the truth. But what's so sad about it, if it was the truth, they didn't tell us the truth in the first place. So again, it's dumb. Okay? It's dumb and not good. No good. No good, cabrón. No good. Oh, dear Lord. So again, that's some other stuff. That is some other stuff. It just never stops and never ends. We got more and more crazy stuff going on. Let's see. Hold on, guys. One second, y'all. Because I think there's more people that got arrested. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm just checking. Hold on. And I'm actually curious if Don Lemon ended up saying anything, because I don't think he knew about any of this at all, about this arrest. Hold on. Whoops. What is this? Yeah, remember they're yeah, we got to talk about Maine. We got to talk about Maine for sure. Hold on, guys, because there's a lot. There's so much crap going on. There's so much crap going on. Actually, I got this video. Let's take a look at this.
Cuban immigrant in a Texas ICE detention camp has been ruled a homicide, challenging the evolving explanation of his death by the Department of Homeland Security. Geraldo Lunas Campos was arrested in Rochester, New York last summer and died January 3rd at Camp East, Montana, outside El Paso. DHS initially said Campos experienced a medical crisis after being moved into solitary confinement and died despite life-saving measures by medical staff. But last week, a witness said Campos was handcuffed and 5 guards held him down and 1 put him in a chokehold. DHS then put out a new statement saying Campos became violent with guards who were trying to prevent him from taking his own life, and he stopped breathing during the struggle. The county medical examiner found Campos died from asphyxia due to neck and torso comprehension. DHS says the investigation is still active. 3 people have died in custody at this Texas detention camp since early December.
Let me just say this. I don't believe DHS. I'm sorry. I don't believe them. Not one bit. Sorry. I know that's going to upset some people, but at the same time, the fact that this has been ruled an unaliving, right? Someone losing his life like this at the hands of ICE agents, and the fact that ICE agents are basically immune to any crimes, it worries me. It really does worry me. Yeah, Webster. The story keeps changing, and that's a problem. That's a massive problem. I don't believe him. I don't believe him. Sorry, not sorry. I do not believe him. But of course, like everything's. We got okay. It looks like JD Vance is supposed to be speaking, or he's speaking right now. I don't know. Hold on. He's supposed to be speaking in about a while from now. Actually, I might have to hop back or hop on a live for that later. But JD Vance is supposed to be making some speaking, doing a press conference about what's going on in Minneapolis again. I feel like, with what is going on, right? Like, I feel like we've been known. Like, we already know he already said what he said. Like, what else do we need to hear from him about Minneapolis? You know what I'm saying? Like, ICE is still out there. It's not like he's going up there and being like, I have a change of heart, everybody. I think what's going on in Minneapolis and all the other places of the country is wrong. He's not going to do that. We already know what he thinks. You see what I'm saying? Man, Hakuna Matata. Like, we really do need to. We really do. We really need Hakuna. I can't even say it now. Hakuna Matata. We do. Means no worries for the rest of your days. Like, we need that really bad right now. You know? I think everybody just needs to bite down on a big fat ass edible. Okay? I'm kidding. You know? It's like the Dutch oven, you know? Or hot boxing. That's what I meant. Dutch oven's when you fart and then, you know. But anyway, nonetheless, we all need to find ways to find peace within us. You know what I'm saying? We really need peace badly. But here's the thing: there's no peace right now, and there's more chaos going all over the country, including Maine. Let's talk about Maine. Let's talk about Maine. Let's talk about it.
Of Homeland Security says it has started to make immigration-related arrests now in the state of Maine in a new operation. Let's bring in MS Now reporter Josh Eidinger. Joins us live from Portland, Maine. Josh, good morning. How does it look on the ground there?
Oh, well, good morning to you. We're here in front of Portland City Hall, where local leaders, much like their counterparts across the country, are basically in the dark about what ICE and DHS are doing here on the ground in the state of Maine. Sources tell MS Now there are about 200 federal agents here for what they're now calling Operation Catch of the Day. And we can show you a cell phone video obtained by
I'm sorry, but like, are we at a Red Lobster? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Are we? What's going on? What's going on? Are we at a Captain D's? A Long John Silver's? Like, what's up with this Catch of the Day thing? Like, this ain't this. Why are they going? Why are they treating this like they're hunting for like exotic animals? Real talk. Y'all remember Captain D's? Y'all remember Long John Silver's? Anybody remember that? Do they still exist? Does Long John Silver still exist? Does Captain D's still exist? Okay. But think about this, guys. This is absolutely insane. Catch of the day. It's like, the catch of the day, sir, is red snapper drizzled with lime, mint, gel. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what sounds good with red snapper. But again, that's insane. With a pineapple salsa. It's absolutely delicious. Like, what is this? This ain't a restaurant. Catch of the day? You ain't going and shopping for fish at the fishmonger. So what is this all about? Catch of the day. And you know for a fact that these mother lovers, these guys, these ICE agents, I'm sure they're getting even more bonuses the more people that they collar. Yeah, I said it. I guarantee you that's what's going on. The more people that they catch, the more they make money, more bonuses. Yeah, they're trying to make this as very sexy and tantalizing as possible for these ICE agents. So now it's become a game. Now it's called Catch of the Day.
Now, as this has started to ramp up, this was on Tuesday morning as about a half a dozen federal agents surrounded a man who'd been driving his car. They pulled him out of his car, put him in one of their cars, and drove off, leaving his car on the side of the road. We don't know who he was, why they were targeting him, or how they found him. We do know DHS released the pictures of 4 people they say they detained here in Maine over the past several days. They referred to them as the worst of the worst. But 3 of them actually were already convicted and adjudicated for crimes of various severity here in the state of Maine. Local officials say they weren't actually wanted for anything here in Maine. We talked to the mayor yesterday. He spent 32 years in law enforcement before he went into politics, and he told me what concerns him the most is the tactics at play, or the lack thereof.
I'm concerned. I mean, I really would love to look at their training records. How much time
did they spend preparing their people for the work they're going to be asked to do? I mean, we put Maine officers through 20 weeks of training in an academy. Most of them come back to their home agency. There's additional training. We had a year or a year and a half of field training officer process. I mean, we invest a lot because those people are going to make serious decisions, life and death decisions. I don't know if that's been the same for all these new agents in ICE.
They're targeting Somali people. They are targeting immigrants. You know, if you're brown and you're black and you look like you may have an accent, they are stopping you.
I mean, if you have high cheekbones and a chiseled jaw and you're black or brown, they're instantly going to think you are dark brown and black. Let me just say that. You are instantly being looked at as a Somalian. You're instantly looked at as Somali. That's it. You know, you got the high cheekbones. You out here, ladies, you out here, you know, looking good, looking like you're, you know, supermodel-esque. You feel me? High cheekbones, you know, giving great face. They're going to instantly go, oh, that woman, oh, she's an illegal. Oh, and she brown. Woo, let's go. Pull them over. It's bad. It's bad. Yes, 47 days, guys. I just want to remind you guys, it's 47 days of training. That's it. 47 days of training. Can you believe that? I mean, you got to, because it's real. That's not fake news. 47 mother-loving days because Trump is 47. He's number 47. Okay? So, yeah, doesn't matter. They don't care if you're an American citizen. We already saw a press conference yesterday of a woman who was actually taken by ICE, and she was dressed in the same outfit. And she said, I am an American citizen. I told them I was an American citizen. They did not care. They still took me in. It's crazy. We got to be careful out here, y'all. Every single last one of y'all. Even my white brothers and sisters, we need to be careful out here. It doesn't matter. All y'all. Doesn't matter if you're like, ooh, ice, ice, baby. Doesn't matter. All of us need to be careful out here. Okay?
We are seeing what is happening in other parts of the country. So Maine is just another target, you know, and right now we are being targeted. The Somali community is right now being targeted today, but tomorrow it can be another community. So no one is safe. We don't know their exact tactics and stuff, but it's really to put fear in people, right? To other us and to intimidate us and say that we don't belong in this country.
And Sophia Khalid is a community activist in the Somali community in Lewiston, which is about 45 minutes up the road from Portland, and where Somalis, chiefly Somali Americans, by the way, make up about 1/10 of the population. But even though so many of that community are American citizens, they're just terrified. Most of them are staying home. There's a main drag there.
And it's not going to stop anything now. Everyone that's trying to just stay home and stay out of people's business. You see what I'm saying? Like staying out here, not trying to stay on the streets and, you know, be seen out here. A lot of people are actually locking themselves up at home. Now we're seeing a lockdown all over again because it doesn't matter. People are scared. People are actually concerned. Doesn't matter if you're an American citizen. There's a lot of people that are really scared right now. They just don't want no smoke. They want to live their lives and pay their bills and pay their taxes and just be a citizen of this country. They don't want no problems. So now you got people hiding out. A lot of people are hiding out because they just are worried about driving down the street and just being clocked, being stopped solely because of the color of their skin. That's scary stuff. That's absolutely scary stuff. And again, like I've said to you guys before, it's happening in so many states. There's some states that I missed when I said it in my short yesterday, being like, yo, Maine is now the new place that ICE is hitting up. They're already in so many other places, guys, so many. But they're going to augment the amount of ICE agents here very soon throughout the country. And now you're going to have people, all of us basically, hiding out and just door dashing our food. Okay, like it's going to get bad if it continues going down this way, this road, which is clearly it's what it's doing right now. You're going to see less and less people out here, and this is what's going to affect the economy too, because then you got less and less people out, less and less people willing to buy things, to go out to shop for things, etc. They're going to be like, yo, I am good right here. I am absolutely good where I am at. I am not moving nowhere because I don't want no smoke. We're living in some weird and wild times, guys.
There are vibrant stores, grocery stores, restaurants, a barber shop, and it's just been a ghost town the last few days. The owner of the ghost of the barber shop told us this is sort of like a second pandemic when it comes to his business. No one is going out, no one is spending money. People are just that concerned. And Willie and Mika, one of the biggest concerns here is that people fear it's all just the beginning here in Maine.
MS Now reporter Josh Einiger live from Portland, Maine. Josh, thanks so much. Mike, we can put to the side for a moment the clever, gleeful titles they're giving these operations. Catch of the day, talking about human beings, but also this idea that they're getting the worst of the worst. They keep saying that over and over again when their own internal data shows that's just not the case. If they're arresting rapists and murderers, do it. Get them all. Well, but that's not what's happening.
They're also doing something that is forbidden by nearly every major police department in the country, in that they go to places like Auburn, Maine, or Lewiston, Maine, and they will stop people based on skin color alone. That's it.
Or you have an accent.
Hold on. I want to hear what he had to say. One more again.
In the country, in that they go to places like Auburn, Maine, or Lewiston, Maine, and they will stop people based on skin color alone. That's it.
Or you have an accent.
That's it. You have an accent, you have brown skin, everything that, pull them over. It's outrageous, and it's daily, hourly basis that they're doing it.
That's like I said, it's scary. Yeah, Caroline. Okay. That's called profiling. Okay. Today's secret word is profiling. Yeah, that's profiling, guys. That's literally what the hell that is. All right. And, this ain't fear mongering. This is facts. This is what's happening everywhere. And Messi was right with her statement. OK, it is happening in many places. It's happening in all states. It's just more prominent in these places now. There's a big uptick, and there's going to be even more upticks in other areas. You want to know why? This is my theory. Do you want to know why there hasn't been a huge uptick in every single state yet? It's because they're trying to recruit more people. They're not able to recruit fast enough. Yeah. That's what I think. They're not able to recruit fast enough. And they're trying to recruit as quickly as they can. And they're trying to do the processes and get them all out as fast as they can. This is also the reason why, instead of it being a good process of several weeks, if not months, of training for these ICE agents, that's the other reason why things have been shut down, or have the training process has been scrunched down to 47 days. There's going to be more guys. There's going to be more, and they're going to be showing up everywhere. They're going to be everywhere if it continues going this way. But here's the thing. It's going to continue going this way. The way that they see it, the way that DHS sees this, and the way that the Trump administration sees this, they see this as a success. This is all success. They're cleaning up the streets. They're ridding everybody of these criminals. Now, I like what this anchor just said, right? In the very beginning. If you are a monster, then you're getting what's coming to you. Pick them up, throw them out. Let it be so. Right? I'm with that 100%. It's the pulling people over solely because they got brown or black skin, and then waiting for them to talk, let's just say, and go, oh, you got an accent, you're coming with me. That's jacked up. But again, like I said, you're going to see more and more people hiding out in their homes. But here's the thing. If they have these administrative warrants that they can use and they don't have to have anything signed off by a judge, these ICE agents are going to be like, oh, so you're not going to come out to us? Okay, we're going to come to you. And they're going to start going door to door. Wait for it, guys. It's going to go door to door at some point. And they're going to be requiring every person to show papers, or every household that's, brown or black, requiring, or even yellow and red. Okay. They're going to be like, hey, we need all your paperwork. Oh, you American? Really? Yeah, I get that you have that you sound American. All right. But no, we need paperwork. If you can't produce the paperwork, we're taking you in. That's the issues that we're seeing right here. And this is what we could see in the very near future. It's about to, I hope I'm wrong, but it's about to get very, very nasty here very, very soon. But let's continue. There's a few more seconds of this. Whoops. There's a few more seconds of this.
Minnesota now to Maine with perhaps more to come.
Well, that was a lot shorter than I expected. My bad, guys. But yeah, guys, the Maine stuff is crazy. Maine. This is crazy, Maine. This is crazy, Maine. Crazy. All right. Dan Bovino apparently had some things to say too. Damn. That mother lover. Hold on one second. Yeah, he had another press conference, allegedly. Hold on.
Good morning.
Yeah, they're basically. Hold on, let me see if I can get a breakdown of this. Yeah, there we go.
Meantime, the Department of Homeland Security also been a very busy morning. They held a press conference just a short.
I'm just gonna say this. I think that this is all. I feel like every day, every morning is gonna be a busy morning. I feel like as long as these ICE operations keep going, as Trump continues to try to get Greenland, as we see all this drama, unfolding, right? You had another person have a congressional hearing this morning. I forgot the guy's name right now. I'm sorry. He looks like Adam 22 to me. I'm sorry. What's his name? What is his name? I'm going to look it up. I don't remember his name right now. It slips my mind. But he had a congressional hearing, or maybe the congressional hearing is still going on as we speak right now. Okay. But still, there's been a lot going on. And that's why I've been giving you guys Jack Smith. That's what I was like. It's a very basic, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just saying it's a very basic name. It's a very common name, Jack Smith. Don't he look like Adam 22? Do you not know who Adam 22 is? I don't even think I could Google Adam 22 properly, like without having some sort of, weed whacker pick in there. But you know who I'm talking about, Adam 22. He kind of looks like Adam 22. Just like, just the non-spicy content creator guy. You know what I mean? Yeah, Adam 22, he has the No Jumper podcast. He's got the wife who's also a performer. She's a pro. You get what I'm saying? She a pro. You feel me? And he enjoys watching her with other eggplants. That Adam 22. I don't know why, but Jack Smith looks exactly like Adam 22. Give me a second. But he's also there was also a congressional hearing today as well with him too, and talking about all the crimes that Trump committed. It's been a very interesting day, guys. It's been a very, very interesting day. Okay, let's continue.
Time ago, and we heard from Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino, DHS saying that in the past year, they have arrested more than 10,000 immigrants who are living in Minnesota illegally. They say roughly 3,000 of those arrests have come since the launch of Operation Metro Surge. And if you remember, that began on November 29th. So this morning's press conference highlighting those arrests, but also discussing the issues that federal agents are facing facing when it comes to encounters with protests. So we have a short clip here that we wanted to play for you, and then our Corin Hoggard is actually following this story today, so we'll talk to him on the tail end of this. But Greg Bovino basically saying that is preventing these agents from being able to do their job. Let's listen.
Violent mobs, rioters, who became violent towards the end of the day. Our very last stop at a gas station was met with violence. Individuals that perpetrated violence against our Border Patrol agents, forcing us to take action, not against Victor Urice, the individual that we were after, but to take action against those violent anarchists who didn't want us to catch Victor Urice. If you can believe that. Absolutely unbelievable. Hey, where were the cops during that 8 hours of stalking and violence? Where was Mayor Fry? Where was, Governor Waltz? I didn't see him around anywhere.
It's important to know that there's a cost for everything, and the cost of Minnesota's sanctuary policies is steep. ICE is in the Twin Cities to remove criminal illegal aliens who have been released from jails and prisons despite the risks they pose to the public. To remove criminal illegal. The people we've arrested are here are not people you want living next door to your families, your children, your parents, or your best friends.
All right, so our Corin Hoggard was there this morning, and he's covering this story for us today. So, Corin, tell us what else Greg Bovino had to say this morning.
That somebody used from him there was him discussing the incident that was in East Isles neighborhood in Minneapolis, and you've seen it. I think you guys have
the
played
Speedway video. Is that right? People have seen it online, or is that different?
The Speedway, I think, is part of the day that Bovino had as he went out with the ICE folks. But the green gas that was sent at some of the observers and or protesters out there was not at the Speedway. It was in the East Isles neighborhood, maybe not far from the Speedway. I'm not sure. But we, have video of Greg Bovino himself getting out and throwing this green gas into a park where some of the crowd was at one point. And so he is defending their use of these munitions. He said, related to that, we follow the law when we utilize less lethal munitions or any use of force. It's called the minimum use of force necessary to either effect an arrest or to accomplish a mission. So we did that. A lot of the folks out there would disagree, saying that they were not impeding, they were just observing and complaining, and that these were chemicals that were thrown at them kind of haphazardly. What I'm looking at today is just kind of the tug of war between this operation and the courts and the law. So, as you know, in the Tincher case last week, we had a judge rule that they could not use these types of forces and these chemical, pepper spray, et cetera, on peaceful observers, anyone who wasn't breaking the law. But yesterday, as I'm sure you know, a judge put that ruling on hold, at least for the time being. And, Greg Bovino, the Border Patrol chief, insists that everything they did was within that court ruling. And so we're kind of looking at that. But we're also looking at them. The AP yesterday got this memo internal from ICE from May that said they are allowed to break into a home to make an arrest without a judicial warrant, with only an administrative warrant. So just for those who don't know, an administrative warrant is an ICE supervisor checking the work of an ICE agent and saying, yes, go ahead and make this arrest. A judicial warrant requires an extra layer of review by a judge. A judge has to sign off on a judicial arrest warrant. And so, we're talking to constitutional scholars on this, and 100% of them say that is a Fourth Amendment violation. It's a clear one. And if ICE insists that this May memo that says that they can, go into homes based on administrative warrants and not judicial warrants, which we've seen here. In Garrison Gibson's case, the Liberian man, they broke down his door, arrested him. A judge told them that was a Fourth Amendment violation, forced them to release Mr. Gibson. We saw them go into Chung Lee Tao's home in St. Paul over the weekend and take him out, even though he is an American citizen. We saw them bring him out in his shorts. They broke down the door, apparently without a judicial warrant, and that was days after the ruling in the Gibson case. And so it seems, I didn't get the chance to ask. I tried to ask questions. I did not get a chance to ask questions, but it seems like ICE is still operating under that memo from May. And Marcos Charles there, who is their associate director for ICE, says that first off, we don't break into anybody's homes. We make entry in either a hot pursuit with a criminal arrest warrant or an administrative arrest warrant. So that would confirm that they are following the internal memo from May and not the court ruling that came down here from a federal judge in Minneapolis last week.
Yikes. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, yo.
Corin, this is it's so complicated, and things are changing. It seems like there's law, then there's also policy, and sometimes there's changes to the policy, and sometimes the law it changes, as or there are alterations there, and then sometimes there's interpretation of the law, and so it's really hard, I think, for people. I know it was just maybe a week ago or so where people like you and me were talking to immigration attorneys who said, you don't have to answer the door unless there's that judicial warrant. And that was kind of the guidance. And so I think it's hard for people to keep up with where we're at with what is needed and what is not. So, but your story today is trying to kind of dig into some of that. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yep.
Okay.
And I have already on the phone talked to a couple of constitutional scholars. One of them told me basically that this ICE memo goes against all of the judicial rulings, basically going back decades, if not centuries, in the United States. Even the Supreme Court, they're unequivocal. You cannot enter a home without a judicial warrant.
Okay.
There it is. But unfortunately, they're doing whatever the F they want now, aren't they? Here's the thing. He's just stating facts. It's not feelings. It's facts. And that's happening in real time right now as we speak. Real time. Like I said in my short, suddenly I feel like they just forgot the Bill of Rights. Suddenly the Bill of Rights does not exist anymore. Right? That's some crazy stuff, y'all. I'm going to keep it real. That is some absolutely crazy stuff. And I think it's only going to get more insane here in just a little bit. Hold on one second. What the heck? There it is. There's a lot more going on. This is just nuts. Hold on. Un momento, por favor. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, we got some things to look at here. Just give me a hot minute, because some nutty stuff, some stuff is just breaking. I'm going to get to that here in a second. But another guy, another one of them, another protester just got arrested. Just so you guys know. So, this is coming from Eric Daugherty, or Doherty. Hopefully I'm saying that right. But anyway, they're saying that this guy, William Kelly, okay, he has been arrested. There he is. Right there. There he is.
Playing the entire time. So,
remember the video I just showed you guys earlier where he was walking up? He's the one who walked in. And he was just like, you're Christians. You should be out here. You should be trying to protect your brown and black brothers and sisters. You guys aren't Christian. You guys are the evil. You guys are the devil. Don't touch me. If you touch me, you're not gonna like what's coming to you. You remember that? And that was all inside the church. Remember? He went up to the pastor and he was screaming at the pastor as the pastor is going like, shame on you guys for being here. Remember him? Yeah. He just got arrested too. So breaking news. Okay, breaking. He just got arrested as well.
Pam Bondi, you want to come and arrest me? You want to come and give me charges? So be it. And for all the people giving me death threats, threatening my life, Kill me. Go ahead, kill me. Because you know what? As Fred Hampton said, you can kill the revolutionary, but you can't kill the revolution.
Okay. Oh, okay, that happened. I didn't know that was going to come out his mouth. But there it is. He said what he said what he said. Yeah. Hold on, guys. Because there's some crazy stuff. So again, that guy just got arrested as well. All right, that's about 30 minutes old or so. So that just happened. Now, here's something else that I saw on his page that he just shared. Some chaos happened inside the congressional hearing for Jack Smith's congressional hearing. So apparently, I'm just going to share it. So this says chaos erupts during Jack Smith's hearing as former J6 Capitol Police officer Michael Fanone goes off on Ivan Ranklin and an altercation breaks out. And then, of course, Fanone apparently ended up leaving. This guy has threatened my family. Let's take a look at this. This is insane. This is insane.
Trust me, I'm using a lot of Look at me. Total control over my mind and body. Hey, the committee will be in order. Mr. Chairman, will you?
No shame. No shame. Treating these people that way.
This guy is threatening my family.
Members of the audience, my children. Members of the audience will please sit down or remove themselves from the committee room.
Rape my children, you sick bastard. Rape my children.
Wow. 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 Why would he even? Wow. If that, wow. Those claims are, those are some serious claims. Him sitting there going, listen, he threatened to arm my kids. Something serious. Wow. I believe Fanone. I don't think he'd just say that stuff just for ish and giggles, just to add drama. I believe that. I believe that I believe what he said. I'm gonna keep it a bean. Why would anybody say that out loud if it isn't true? Okay.
Sit down, please.
Thank you, Officer Fanone. Mr. Chairman, please control the deranged observer, Mr. Rakelin, so he doesn't create any other problems with us today.
Imagine what he did on January 6th with that demeanor.
Bars.
Look at my demeanor. Complete.
Oh, that's what he said. No, I don't. No, I thought he was talking about. I thought somebody was saying something about about Ranklin. But let's continue.
Professional here.
He looks like he has a face mask on. Doesn't he kind of look like he got a face mask on? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Trust me, I'm using a lot of
Look at me. Total control over my mind and body.
Hey, the committee will be in order.
Mr. Chairman, will you?
No shame. No shame. Treating these people that way.
This guy is threatening my family.
Members of the audience, children. Members of the audience will please sit down or remove themselves from the committee room.
Rape my children, you sick bastard. Rape my children.
Sit down, please.
I mean, you got to be real. When it came to J6, okay, Fanone literally almost lost his life among the many other men and women that were trying to stop the chaos that was happening right there on the Hill. Let's be real, okay? And then now you got a dude, this guy, Ivan Ranklin or Racklin or whatever the hell his name is being, Fanone is basically saying that this guy went out of his way to basically threaten his family in the worst, most deplorable kind of ways. I got a fuller video of this situation. Hold on. That's just insane. That's just insane. Hold on. This is just nuts. This is all during this hearing for Jack Smith. So let's take a look at this. This is where it kind of starts. It's a fuller video. Okay, it starts a little bit earlier before the altercation, but look at this. So there's Racklin, Ivan Racklin. Okay. Whoa. Okay.
Every single time I communicate with you, I am always professional with you. And it requires other people to continue to correct things. Okay? I'll have her trade this fucking country. Why are you so bad, Mom? My Spanish, absolutely. Look behind me. Why should I? I'm communicating.
Did he just say he's Spanish mafia? Did Racklin just accuse Fanone of being Spanish mafia? Did you just hear that? The thing, you know, obviously there's no mics on them, so it's just ambient, right? But what? Something Spanish, something.
Trust me, I'm using a lot of many people are. Look at me. Total control over my mind, body.
Hey, the committee will be in order. Mr. Chairman, will you?
No shame. No shame. Treating these people that way.
This guy is threatening my family,
Members of the audience.
So just so you know, some people are asking who the hell this Ivan Racklin is, but he is I'm reading this off screen, but he is an American far right political operative, a former Army. I guess he was in the Army Reserves. Let's see. I'm trying to see what else is in here that would be helpful. Because a lot of it's like, oh, he tweeted something that Trump retweeted one time in 2020, you know, talking about the elections and all that back then. You know what I'm talking about. A longtime associate of Michael Flynn. He served as a Green Beret. He's a former employee of the Defense Intelligence Agency. Registered Republican. Sorry, looking. Yeah. So apparently he now has been accused of harassing Fanone and Fanone's family, like threatening Fanone's family, which you should never do. Okay. He's also somebody who is far right extremist with a retribution list. So he's a far right extremist. He spreads false claims that J6 was an actual setup. He's keeping a quote unquote retribution list that includes Nancy Pelosi. So you know, conspiracy theorist, I guess. Conspiracy theorist, etc. He thinks that J6 was a setup, like it was one big fugazi. Okay. And I guess he's been going after Fanone for some time now. So let's continue the rest. So, but you see, he put out his hand trying to like, go, we're cool, right? No, he was trying to agitate the dude. He clearly was trying to agitate the dude. Okay. You stay quiet. You keep your distance. You know what I mean? You're in the same room as a guy that you allegedly were sending threats to and saying that you're going to are his littles, his family. What kind of person does that and then shows up to a hearing and tries to like, hey, acknowledge my presence, brother. Let's shake hands. We're cool, right? What's wrong with you? What's seriously wrong with you? And Fanone should press charges or at least, go after him legally, right? Go after him legally. Sue the suit off this. Sue the suit off this mother lover. I can't even think of an insulting phrase right now. Just sue him.
Members of the audience will please sit down or remove themselves from the committee room.
Rape my children, you sick bastard. Rape my children.
And now he said that out loud. Everybody and their mama wants to see those emails, those messages. Now everybody wants to see that. That's for sure. So hopefully Fanone has the proof.
Please.
That's nuts. That's nuts.
Thank you, Officer Fanone. Mr. Chairman, please control the deranged observer, Mr. Rakeland, so he doesn't create any other.
I thought Rakeland was a J6er. I thought he was. But he's not apparently.
Problems with us today.
Imagine what he did on January 6th with that demeanor.
He didn't do anything on January 6th. He was trying to not lose his life. Come on, guys. Come on now. Like, the people, like I said, like I've said a million times before, people have selective hearing, selective sight, and selective memory. Okay? What happened on J6 was terrible, dangerous, terrifying. And there was a lot of people that were scared for their lives. A lot of elected officials were scared for their lives. There was a lot of bad things that happened. It was absolutely insane. Okay? The fact to say, that it was one big setup, that it was a lie, it's fake, I just think that's insane. That's just insane. Like I said, selective memory, selective sight, selective hearing. That's just what I think. You missed me with that nonsense on all this. That's just insane. That is just insane, y'all. Oh, we are living in some wild ass times, y'all. We are living in some wild, wild times. Let us continue. Because obviously there's been a lot more that's been popping off. So give me 2 seconds, y'all. A lot going on, baby. JD Vance is supposed to be talking allegedly in about 25 minutes from now. So that should be interesting. So we'll be looking at that in a little bit. That's nuts. Oh, wait. Go back to this real quick because this guy has all kinds of breaking news here. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I like this whole hearing that's going on. I wish that there was kind of like a highlight. Oh, wait a second. So, okay, just going back to what we just saw. Okay, this is actually Ivan. Of course, his name is Ivan. He looks like an Ivan. So this is what he just posted as well. He posted this He said, "Who thinks I should sue Fanone, Mr. Fanone, for defamation?" So he was filming this the entire time. Man, this dude is diabolical. Why does he look like a bald gargoyle? Doesn't he look like a gargoyle to you, this Rakeland guy? Like a hairless, bald gargoyle. That's what it is. He looks like a mother-loving gargoyle. All right.
Hey, Michael. Hey, what's up, buddy? Ivan Rakeland. Fuck yourself. Why do you have to swear at me? What's that? Why do you have to swear at me?
Oh, dude, don't pretend like we're not mortal enemies. Go fuck yourself.
Well, why do you have to lose your cool like that? I've been always professional with you.
I'm not losing my cool.
Every single time I communicate with you, I am always professional with you.
Well,
and it requires other people to contain your Tourette's syndrome. Okay?
I'm not going to get through that. You've threatened my family and you've threatened my
Oh,
life.
have
You're
I?
a traitor to this fucking country.
Why are
Go
you
fuck
so
yourself.
spasmodic?
Am I spasmodic?
Absolutely.
Fucking do
Look
something.
behind you.
Do something.
Why should I? I'm communicating with you. I'm trying to calm you down. Right? Look at your face. You can't even control yourself.
He wants views. He wants video. This is what he literally wants clicks. He wants this drama. That's clearly what he's doing. Why would you go out of your way to be like, "Hey, brother, how you doing, brother?" Like, you know what I'm saying? The dude's like, you clearly know that we're mortal enemies, right? Oh, I already did that. I already did it, Messi. Thank you so much for letting me know. I already talked about it. I already showcased it. I think it's William Kelly is his name. Yeah, we already talked about it and showed some video about it. But thank you so much for letting me know. But here's the thing, though, guys, right? Clearly, he's trying to agitate the dude.
You can't even be a man.
Trust me, I'm using a lot
You
of
see how
restraint
many
right now.
people are constraining you?
Come get me.
Look at me. Total control over my mind and body. Total control over my mind and body, and I'm totally dominating you right now.
Sir.
You see that? Total mind and body control. And I'm dominating you, bro. That's what I'm doing. I'm dominating you, bro. Come on. Shut the hell up. Come on. I'm surprised that they're not. I don't see Fanone doing anything aggressive. He's just stepping towards him and basically saying, "Go F yourself," right? This guy's clip farming. That's basically what he's doing. He's clip farming right now.
Sir. Totally dominating.
Sir, let's step aside.
I'm not.
This guy
I'm
has
just
threatened
standing
my family, threatened my
I'm just
children,
standing here.
threatened to rape my children.
Oh,
Rape
really
my
now?
children, you sick
Look at
bastard.
him.
Rape my children.
More people need to contain him because I'm completely calm, sir. Always calm. Listen.
Dude looks like a gargoyle. But let's move on. You know what he also looks like? He looks like a jumbo-sized version of Mini-Me. Yeah, I said it. Like Dr. Evil's Mini-Me. Dr. Evil, Mini-Me. Mini-Me. That's literally Mini-Me, but he on stilts. You know what I'm saying? Or on HGH. He drank his milk. Don't worry, one day I'm going to be big and strong because I'm drinking milk. But his face didn't change much. Okay, sorry. Had to. Sorry. Had to. He looks like a gargoyle. He definitely looks like a gargoyle. Hold on, guys. We're going to go into Jack Smith's testimony. Let's see what's going on. Adam 22's testimony. I'm kidding. He looks like Adam 22 to me. I don't know why. It's just his face, But anyway, let's see. Let's see if there's any highlights here. Now, Trump did post something, and the White House also tweeted it too. Hold on. Let's look at this. This is all about Jack. Okay. This is all about Jack. They say Jack Smith is a deranged animal who shouldn't be allowed to practice law. So we got this. Deranged Jack Smith is being decimated before Congress. It was over when they discussed his past failures and unfair prosecutions. He destroyed many lives under the guise of legitimacy. Jack Smith is a deranged animal. I feel like this is a poem. Is this a haiku? I'm kidding. Who shouldn't be allowed to practice law. If he were a Republican, his license would be taken away from him, and far worse. Hopefully, the Attorney General is looking at what he's done, including some of the crooked and corrupt witnesses that he was attempting to use in his case against me. So he's basically saying every single person that has gone up and has been speaking out or testifying in this particular hearing for or on behalf of Jack Smith, he's basically saying, start looking into him. Interesting, right? Look into all of them. The whole thing was a Democrat scam. A big price should be paid by them for what they put our country through. That was from Trump about an hour ago in a recent post. And then the White House reposted that. Now, again, you know, I'm looking to see if there's any highlights, because we definitely need to look at some of these highlights, some of these videos here. Let's see. Hold on. Say what? So Lofgren apparently said the fact that, hold on, let me show this to you guys. This is crazy. The fact that they said the fact that Donald Trump, according to Senator Graham, would be that Martians stole the election. What does that tell you about Trump's state of mind? So then Jack Smith said that's consistent with our investigation, which revealed that Trump was not looking for honest answers about if there was fraud in the election. He was always looking for ways to stay in power. That's interesting. Let's hear it. Short little clip.
In terms of the grand jury testimony that's now been released, the fact that Donald Trump, according to Senator Graham, would believe that Martians stole the election, what does that tell you about Trump's state of mind?
I mean, Martians? Like, you talking about aliens? Like aliens from outer space, not aliens from Venezuela? Say what?
That statement is consistent with what we found in our investigation.
Have mercy.
In that our investigation revealed that Donald Trump was not looking for honest answers about whether there was fraud in the election. He was looking for ways to stay in power. And when people told him things that conflicted with him staying in power, he rejected them, or he chose not even to contact people like that who would know if the election was done properly in the state. On the other hand, when individuals would say things that would allow him to stay in power, no matter how fantastical, he would latch onto those. That pattern, over time, we felt was powerful evidence that he, in fact, knew that the fraud claims he was making were false.
You know, who are some of...
Like, you know, I'm not surprised if Trump has these wild, grandiose thoughts on how things, what happened, you know what I mean, during that past time, right? You know, these platforms don't like us talking about these things either. Okay, let's just be real. All right. But it is kind of insane because, you know, he did really, I feel like he really did lose his mind. Okay. I think he really did lose his mind for those 4 years. His 4-year hiatus, right? He had his first term, then, you know, the second term, he, you know, it didn't, you know, or sorry, Biden took over. And I think over those 4 years, he just lost his mind. I don't think he's one of those people that takes a loss very well. We clearly see that in many situations, with the Epstein files, to possibly with what's going on with this Greenland deal. He said, "Oh, we're going to take it all, including the Arctic, right?" And what's going on now? He's like, "Oh, we're only going to get spots. We're only going to get plots of land throughout Greenland to build bases off of." That's what he's saying now, So, but he's still sitting there going, "Oh yeah, we're fully going to take, totally going to take Greenland. That's what we're going to do. We got Greenland." But I don't think so. I don't think that's entirely true. Okay. Here's another one. Did your investigation under evidence sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Trump knew that his claim that the election was taken was false? Jack says yes. Let's see what this one says.
For example, this Trump propaganda site claims that the 2020 election was, quote, stolen. Mr. Smith, did your investigation uncover evidence sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump knew that his claim that the election was stolen was false?
Yes, it did.
And did your investigation uncover evidence sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump publicly claimed that the 2020 election was stolen from him, while he privately acknowledged that he had lost the election?
Yes, we cited instances of that during in our case.
But yet here we see that on the 5th anniversary of the insurrection, the Trump White House propaganda machine is still promoting the stolen election theory on this government webpage with a text box titled, quote, fraudulent election, stolen election certified, end quote. The site also has a subsection reading in part, quote, FBI entrapment operation exposed. Mr. Smith, did your investigation develop any evidence to support the allegation that the FBI entrapped insurrectionists into committing crimes on January 6th?
Our investigation revealed that Donald Trump is the person who caused January 6th, that it was foreseeable to him, and that he sought to exploit the violence.
Now, I just want you guys to see something. I'm pausing it here, but I want to pull this up because it's going to drive me crazy. All right? But y'all need to see this for yourselves. This guy right here is Adam 22. This is basically Jack Smith if he had face tattoos. Look at it. One, the guy in the guy behind with the pink background is Adam 22. And then the guy who's in this hearing right now is Jack Smith. Are they twins? Doppelganger right here. Bow. You can't not see it. Now, if you know anything about Adam 22, anything about No Jumper podcast and all the BS, right? These are the same two. It feels like the same guy. That sounds weird, especially with Adam 22. If you know what I mean, okay. But it just looks like it's the same dude, but it's not. This is insane. Drink it in, guys. That's crazy, right? They look nothing alike. Rich buddy, you're breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart. They look a lot alike to me. So anytime I see Jack Smith, I'm like, wait, is that Adam 22? Every time. I'm like, is that Adam 22 without tattoos? But yeah, there it is. Now we've said it. Now you have it in your brain. They look, to me, they look exactly the same. Exactly the mother loving same. But let's continue on. Stand by my decisions as a special counsel, including the decision to bring charges against President Trump. Our investigation developed beyond proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Trump engaged in criminal act. Ooh, we got to look at that one.
That he willfully broke the law. I made my decisions without regard to President Trump's political association, activities, beliefs, or candidacy in the 2024 election. President Trump was charged because the evidence established that he willfully broke the law, the very laws he took an oath to uphold. Grand juries in 2 separate districts reached this conclusion based on his actions, as alleged in the indictments they returned. Rather than accept his defeat in the 2020 election, President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results and prevent the lawful transfer of power. After leaving office in January of 21, President Trump illegally kept classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago social club and repeatedly tried to obstruct justice to conceal his continued retention of those documents. Highly sensitive national security information was held in a ballroom and a bathroom. As I testify before the committee today, I want to be clear. I stand by my decisions as special counsel, including the decision to bring charges against President Trump. Our investigation developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in criminal activity.
I mean, again, it's tough to find, like, because there's a lot of people online, like on X, that are just basically trying to like rip Jack Smith apart. And I get it. If you're on the side of like Trump did no wrong and he didn't break any laws, then I get why there's that side of people that are thinking that, right? But hold on, sorry guys, I'm checking to see about this press conference with JD Vance. Okay. Hold on. Where the hell did it go? Yeah, because as you can see, just so you guys can see this, I mean, they're getting ready. So I'm just curious. Do you think he's for ICE being out there in Minnesota? I can't tell. Gosh. I'm so confused right now. I'm just wondering if he's going to be pro ICE today. Anybody else? See if he's going to be for ICE at all. Something tells me maybe not. Maybe he's going to be very anti-ICE. Something tells me in this room right here that he's going to be anti-ICE. Yeah, my gut is telling me that. Yeah. So he's supposed to be on here in about 6 minutes, just so you guys know. Okay. So we'll see what happens with this press conference. We already know where it's going. They got new vehicles. I didn't know they had. Did they not have vehicles before? Did they not have vehicles before? I thought they had vehicles before. Did they not have vehicles? Huh? I thought they just used a whole bunch of rentals. And they have on the side, defend the homeland. Isn't that propaganda? Could it be? I don't know. But in about 6 minutes, they're supposed to be going and dropping it. He's supposed to be coming in and dropping it like it's hot. That sounds weird, but you get what I'm saying. He's supposed to be coming in and telling us his thoughts on everything that's going on. Okay. And it's going to be remarks about things that are going on in Minneapolis. So we'll see what happens here. We're going to come back to that, though, because it's not happening for another 6 minutes or so. And you know how it is. They don't usually start on time. They never start on time. Okay. So hold on. What? Hold on. We might be venturing into true crime realm for just a hot minute. Hold on. Hold on. Checking something. Okay, maybe not. I guess we won't be going into the true crime realm. You know, though, by the way, that there is a whole lot of new documents. I'm not going to show any of this stuff to you guys. I'm just going to talk to you guys about it while we wait. Where is that? There it is. I'm just putting this back up so we have something rolling on the side. Okay, so we are waiting in anticipation for J.D. Vance. Okay, to speak his truth about what's going on in Minneapolis. So get ready for that. It's going to be fun. But it's going to be real interesting. I'll tell you what. But here's the thing. There have been some very interesting new evidence that has been coming out, or, documents, photos, etc., that have been coming out with the Idaho 4. It's been an absolute tragic thing that's been going on. We're going to see what's going on with that too. But J.D. Vance is here to talk.
Me for being here. I'll answer a few questions, but I want to say just a few things at the outset, just about what I've learned today and what I'm trying to do here. First of all, I want to give a shout out to the Annunciation school shooting families, because the last time I was in Minneapolis was, of course, to meet with some of those families. I understand that a couple of the students have made near miraculous recoveries, and just that was a very special moment for me to be invited into that community at a time of grief. And I hope that all of them know that though I didn't get to see them this particular time, I've been thinking about them and their families quite a bit. Now, to talk about what I am here to do, which is federal law enforcement, to enforce our immigration laws, I want to say just a few things. First of all, I wanted to meet with business leaders, with ICE officers, with local law enforcement to try to understand a little bit better what's going on, so that we can tone down the temperature a little bit, reduce the chaos, but still allow us as a federal government to enforce the American immigration laws. That is the purpose of my visit. Now, this is step one or step two of that process. There's going to be a lot of work that follows through from here. I'm happy to talk about that, but I think I learned a few things that were very important. So number one of the things I learned is that the guys behind me are doing an incredible job. And frankly, a lot of the media is lying about the job that they do every single day. Now, it doesn't mean that there aren't occasionally stories out there, there aren't occasionally videos out there that suggest that these guys, or at least some of the people who work for them, are not doing everything right. But very often, if you look at the context of what's going on, you understand that these people are under an incredible amount of duress, an incredible amount of chaos, and because of a few very far left agitators, a lot of these guys are unable to do their jobs without being harassed, without being doxxed, and sometimes without being assaulted. That's totally unacceptable. And that's one of the things that I want to send a message to is, yes, come out and protest me, protest our immigration policy, but do it peacefully. If you assault a law enforcement officer, the Trump administration and the Department of Justice is going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. And I wanted to show some support for these guys who, frankly, are operating in a very, very tough environment. I heard a lot of stories today about that I think drives home just how chaotic the environment on the ground here has already gotten. For example, did you know that within the last, I think, week or so, maybe even more recently than that, You had a couple of ICE officers who were off duty, who had been doxxed online, who were sitting and having a meal at a restaurant in Minneapolis when a bunch of agitators showed up, locked the door, made them feel like they were in danger for their lives. And then, of course, it was federal law enforcement officers who had to come up, lower the temperature on the situation, and actually get those two off-duty officers to a point of safety. Now imagine, if you would, your life and your perspective on law enforcement if you can't even go to a restaurant without some agitators locking the door and making you feel like your life is in danger. That is the environment that has been created, I think, by a lot of very, frankly, far left people, but also by some of the state and local law enforcement officials who could do a much better job in cooperating and working. And by the way, I'm not talking about the cops, who these guys told me on the ground, the cops are very sympathetic to what they're dealing with. I'm talking about the state and local elected law enforcement officials who could do a lot better job in making their lives a little bit easier. And in the process, they would make the lives of all Minneapolis residents easier. And that's what we want. We want to be able to enforce the immigration laws on the one hand, while on the other hand, we want to make sure that people in Minneapolis are able to go about their day. And I want to say just one last point on this. So I heard from a business leader today who told me a very tough story. And I think so much of what's gone wrong in Minneapolis is people not trying to understand the perspective of somebody else. Try to understand what somebody else is experiencing, whether they're a law enforcement officer or anybody in the community here in Minneapolis. So they told me a story about this manufacturing facility where an illegal immigrant was being arrested. And as these employees are going into the manufacturing facility, all of a sudden, an illegal immigrant shows up. They don't know it's an illegal immigrant. And then a bunch of ICE officers descend. Now, these people just want to go to work. They want to go to work safely. And now all of a sudden, there's a major law enforcement operation happening right outside their place of business. Now, from one perspective, I certainly understand why a business leader or why an employee would say, whoa, what's going on? It's a little scary, no matter your position in life, if a bunch of cop cars show up and they're arresting somebody. Now, the additional context is that we know that people online have been encouraging illegal immigrants that one way they can evade arrest is by showing up at a legitimate place of business, making it impossible for these guys to actually enforce our immigration laws. So while I can understand the perspective of somebody who doesn't want to see an arrest happen at their place of work, I can also understand the perspective of our immigration enforcement officers who have to do their job and can't allow a heckler's veto over our immigration enforcement. And so much of what's gone wrong is the failure to do that. And here's the point. We can do a good job of enforcing our immigration laws without the chaos, but it actually requires the cooperation of state and local officials. If you look at blue cities and blue states, red cities and red states, you go to Austin, Texas, or Memphis, Tennessee, you go to the state of Texas, obviously a very red state, or the state of Tennessee, a very red state, but you've got blue cities within those states, you do not have this level of chaos. The reason why things have gotten so out of hand is because of failure of cooperation between the state and local authorities and what these guys are trying to do. We have a ton of resources, a ton of ICE agents in this city right now that I would rather us not have. I'd love to send those guys home. They're not even doing targeted immigration enforcement. They are trying to protect ICE officers who are doing immigration enforcement, because when a crowd surrounds them and these guys call 911, the local officials, the local cops have been told now. So we have people here who aren't even doing immigration enforcement, they're doing force protection. So that if a rioter tries to ruin the life or assault an ICE officer, they're actually protected. Now, why doesn't it make more sense for the local cops to get involved in that situation? Why not just have the mayor or the local officials tell the police officers, you know what, if an ICE officer is being assaulted by a far left agitator, you are invited, you should actually help them. That's what would work out in any normal situation, and that's what happens in nearly every jurisdiction, red or blue, in the United States of America. The reason it hasn't happened here is because the local authorities have been told, stand down, do not help ICE, promote the violence, promote the agitation, but don't do anything to lower the temperature and lower the chaos. That's a problem. Here's another example of how the lack of cooperation between state and local officials makes it harder for us to do our job and turns up the temperature. Let's say, for example, we have a criminal migrant who is a sex offender, And let's say that we've got to go and arrest that person who, Democrat or Republican, wants a sex offender living in their community. I would assume, I would hope that most people don't. But because they're an illegal alien, we don't know their last address. We may have known their address 3 years ago, but we don't know their address now. What we'd like to do is talk to local officials and say, you know what, according to the Medicaid rules, where was the last address this person was domiciled? Or according to a SNAP application, a food stamps application, maybe that could give us insight to where this person is today. Or maybe they had some local court trouble. We could go to the courthouse or even the local jail and try to find where this criminal sex offender is today. The local authorities have been told, do not cooperate. So these guys are trying to go out and enforce the law. They're trying to arrest sex offenders, but they're trying to do it in an environment where local officials have been told, do not help them, do not provide intelligence about where these sex offenders might be. This is disgraceful. And there are a lot of things that all of us could do better to lower the temperature, but the number one thing that I learned today is that the best way to facilitate reasonable enforcement of the law, but also to lower the chaos in Minneapolis, would be for state and local officials to cooperate. Now, I will say, on one final positive note, I actually think that there's some hope, some reason to think that there's going to be better cooperation in the weeks and months to come. I think that because I've talked to some of the local officials here, I think there are reasons to believe that these people are going to step up and actually ask the cops to protect our ICE officers when they're being assaulted, who are going to ask the local courts to cooperate with getting criminal sex offenders out of our community. That's a good thing. That's the good news, and that's something I'm going to work on when I get back to Washington. But please, if you're a local official, if you're the mayor of this town, if you have any influence over those people, just tell them to cooperate. Because we could have immigration enforcement operate as smoothly and without the chaos that we see in Austin, Texas, or Memphis, Tennessee, or even rural parts of the state of Minnesota. All we need is a little cooperation. I guarantee we're going to do the best to be professional, to respect people's rights, to not do anything that we don't have to do in order to enforce immigration laws, but it would make our lives a lot easier, it would make our officers a lot safer, and it would make Minneapolis much less chaotic if we had a little bit of cooperation from the state and local officials. With that, I'll shut up and take some questions. Thank you, guys.
A local school district here is alleging ICE agents detaining a 5-year-old after preschool on Tuesday. We've also seen multiple American citizens detained by ICE or harassed by ICE in the last 6 weeks. Are you proud of how your administration is conducting this immigration crackdown here in Minnesota right now?
Well, I'm proud of the fact that we're standing behind law enforcement, and I'm proud of the fact that we're enforcing the country's laws. But, you know, you asked a question about this 5-year-old kid. I actually saw this terrible story while I was coming to Minneapolis. We just left Toledo, Ohio this morning for an economic messaging event. And I see this story, and I'm a father of a 5-year-old, actually, a 5-year-old little boy. And I think to myself, oh my God, this is terrible. How did we arrest a 5-year-old? Well, I do a little bit more follow-up research. And what I find is that the 5-year-old was not arrested, that his dad was an illegal alien. And then when they went to arrest his illegal alien father, the father ran. So the story is that ICE detained a 5-year-old. Well, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death? Are they not supposed to arrest an illegal alien in the United States of America? If the argument is that you can't arrest people who have violated our laws because they have children, then every single parent is going to be completely given immunity from ever being the subject of law enforcement. That doesn't make any sense. No one thinks that makes any sense. Now, you know, there are so many of these cases like that where if you just understand the context, there have been a number of situations that I've looked into personally where I say, wait a second, we don't want ICE arresting American citizens. They're supposed to be enforcing the immigration laws against illegal aliens. So then I look into it and I find out that the American citizen who was arrested took a swing at an ICE officer. You can't have that happen. And of course they have to defend themselves. And of course they have the right to detain somebody who assaults a law enforcement officer. Now, this is my point. Do we want these things to happen? Do we want these arrests to be so chaotic? No, we don't. These guys want it least of all. But if we had a little cooperation from local and from local and state officials, I think the chaos would go way down in this community.
President.
Go ahead.
After the Renee Good shooting, sir, the administration seemed to suggest...
Yeah, you can go next.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I'll take both.
After the Renee Good shooting, sir, the administration seems to, after the Renee Good shooting, the administration seemed to suggest that ICE officers enjoyed near complete immunity. But today you told the Washington Examiner that when appropriate, the administration might take disciplinary actions against ICE agents. So is that a change of opinion? And if so, why the change of tone?
No, I didn't say, and I don't think any other official within the Trump administration said that officers who engaged in wrongdoing would enjoy immunity. That's absurd. What I did say is that when federal law enforcement officers violate the law, that is typically something that federal officials would look into. We don't want these guys to have kangaroo courts. We want them to actually have real due process, real investigation, because again, sometimes they're accused of wrongdoing, and it turns out when you learn the context, they didn't actually do anything wrong. But of course, we're going to investigate these things. Of course, we're investigating the Renee Good shooting, but we're investigating them in a way that respects people's rights and that ensures that if somebody did something wrong, yes, they're going to face disciplinary action, but we're not going to judge them in the court of public opinion. I've spoken at length on this particular case. I think that Renee Good's death is a tragedy. I also think that she rammed an ICE officer with her car. So the tragedy here is multi-layered. The tragedy is there was a misunderstanding. The tragedy is that Renee Good lost her life. The tragedy is that you have ICE officers who are going into communities where they're worried that if they call 911, no one's going to come to help them. That is what produces this terrible situation, and it's something state and local officials here in Minnesota could solve. Yes, sir.
Could you give us a message towards March for Life tomorrow, especially regarding the cooperation and values? It's a shame that kids have to get caught up in all this, and towards that, sir.
Well, it is a shame that kids have to get caught up in this. I am speaking at March for Life tomorrow. I'm pro-life, and I'm very excited to speak there. I want to talk about local law enforcement, but look, I am, as a child, I saw people in my family get arrested. It's terrible. It's heartbreaking. It's chaotic. It's traumatic for the kids. I can recognize that, and I can recognize that we got to support these kids. While on the other hand, saying that just because you're a parent doesn't mean that you get complete immunity from law enforcement. And I think we have to hold both of those thoughts in our head at the same time. We've got to be sympathetic to the kids who are caught up in some of these enforcement actions. We've also got to say we have to enforce the law without bias, with fairness, but we've got to enforce the law.
Mr. Vice President.
Thinking about local government, there was a class in Power a few weeks ago, and their mayor said they haven't heard about anything in the city. And how does ICE proactively work with these local agencies? What are really possible?
You said there was an altercation in St. Cloud. Yeah.
The mayor said that ICE did not communicate with them if they were in the city for immediate operations. The police chief did not know about the operation at the time. Could you talk a little bit about proactive communication?
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the takeaways. I've talked with these guys before we came on the stage, but during our roundtable and some of the other conversations we've had, communication, we absolutely want to ensure there's good communication between federal officials and state and local officials. And I'm sure that we can do better on that. We absolutely want to make sure that we are communicating, but that also requires a two-way street. And that's the point that I make about state and local officials. These guys will absolutely communicate with state and local officials. They'll tell people if they have to do an enforcement operation in a particular municipality. But part of that is they also want to ensure that if they're communicating about their whereabouts, that's not being used as a weapon against them. Sometimes they tell people where they're going, and then they find out that their agents' faces are on on Reddit or on some social media thread saying, here's this guy, we know he's going to be at this place at this exact time. So that communication has got to be a two-way street. These guys are going to communicate with business leaders, with local officials, with state officials. But we also need the local officials and state officials to do a good job of protecting people when they're in their communities. We're not asking, by the way, we don't want any police officer in this community, in this state, to help us do immigration enforcement. We've got that. But if a protester shows up and that protester turns violent against our immigration officers, we really, really need the cooperation of our local partners. We haven't gotten it yet, but I think if we do, we really can lower the temperature. Yeah. Yeah, so I saw that story, and the story is like so much that I read in the mainstream media. It's missing a whole lot of context, and when you appreciate the context, it makes sense. No one is saying, look, there are exceptions. For example, a crazy exception, if somebody is fired at from inside a house, they don't need a warrant to go inside that person's house. There are very narrow exceptions to the warrant requirement where law enforcement officers don't need a warrant if, for example, they're an imminent threat of their lives. But what we've said and what ICE has proposed, what the Department of Homeland Security really has proposed in the Department of Justice, is that we can get administrative warrants to enforce administrative immigration law. Now, it's possible, I guess, that the courts will say no. And of course, if the courts say no, we would follow that law. But nobody is talking about doing immigration enforcement without a warrant. We're talking about different types of warrants that exist in our system. Typically what happens, not always, but typically in the immigration system, those are handled by administrative law judges. So we're talking about getting warrants from those administrative law judges. And then, of course, with other cases, you get judges or you get warrants from a judge. That's very consistent with the practice of American law. I'm sure the courts will weigh in on that, but we're never going to enter somebody's house without some kind of a warrant, unless, of course, somebody's firing on an officer or they have to do something in order to protect themselves.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Well, our understanding is that you can enforce the immigration laws of the country under an administrative order if you have an administrative warrant. That's what we think. That's our understanding of the law. That's our best faith attempt to understand the law. Again, this is something courts will weigh in on. I won't speak to that. But yes, most immigration law in our country is not done through the criminal system with the judge. It's done through the administrative law system. We're going to continue that practice just as they did in the Biden administration or any other administration.
Was there anything that you heard or saw today that would cause the president to invoke the Insurrection Act? And then also, did you meet or talk to the ICE agent who's involved in the neighborhood incident?
I did not talk to him today. I talked to some of his colleagues. Your question on the Insurrection Act is interesting. I've tried to understand this as well as I possibly could. And my understanding is what the Insurrection Act, what invoking the Insurrection Act would allow the federal government to do is that it would allow the federal government to use the military for local law enforcement operations. Right now, we don't think that we need that. Now, the president could change his mind. Of course, things could get worse. But right now, we think that federal law enforcement officers can do the job of federal law enforcement. Now, what I do worry about, again, is if the chaos gets worse, if more and more ICE agents start getting assaulted, if other law enforcement officers start getting assaulted, that would be a real problem. But again, we have so much federal law enforcement resources here right now. We have so many people here that we do not want to have here. I do not want so many ICE officers in Minneapolis right now. I mean, good Lord, it's really, really freaking cold outside. But they're here not even to enforce immigration laws, but to protect the people from the rioters. That's an absurd state of affairs, and we wouldn't need it if we had a little bit more cooperation from the Minneapolis Police Department. Again, the Minneapolis Police Department, my understanding is that the actual beat cops on the ground, they would love to help out, but they're being told by somebody, I don't know if it's Mayor Frey, they're being told by somebody not to cooperate at all. What kind of a person tells their local police don't protect somebody if they're being assaulted by a rioter? It's crazy, and it's got to stop. Yes.
Earlier this week, local law enforcement accused federal agents of racial profiling. Why are there so many U.S. citizens being caught up in this operation?
Well, I think your question assumes something that's not necessarily in evidence, which is that when there are American citizens who have been caught up in some of these enforcement operations, very often it is people who have assaulted a law enforcement officer. They're not being arrested because they violated the immigration laws. They're being arrested because they punched a federal law enforcement officer. That is a totally reasonable thing. Now, to the accusation of racial profiling, look, it's something that we take very seriously. We will take accusations of racial profiling back to Washington. We'll certainly look into them as they come up. But this is not a group that's going around and looking for people who violated the law based on skin color. They're looking for people who violated the actual law, the law of our immigration system in this country. And so long as we had more cooperation, I think they could do these things in a much more targeted way. They would actually know where some of the bad guys are. I mean, again, you hear things that are hard to believe, but I've confirmed that they're true. Sex offenders who we're trying to get off the streets, who the local officials won't tell us their last known address. So then the local officials say, oh my God, these guys are doing widespread targeted enforcement operations, when in reality, we would love to just go to one house. The local officials won't tell us which one house to go to.
Mr. Vice President.
That's a lie.
To that question, the local police chief has said their own off-duty officer, so police being targeted because they are a person of color and asked to show their papers? Is that a concern of the administration of the Department of Homeland Security? If local law enforcement says their own officers are being targeted and they describe it as, quote, civil rights violations in our streets.
So I saw one story about this and one local police officer who said this. And look, certainly is it a concern? Absolutely. The first thing we have to figure out is whether it happened or not. And then if it happened, whether there is a good explanation or a bad explanation. And of course, if somebody violated the law, if somebody racially profiled, if somebody violated the rights of one of our fellow citizens, that is something we will take very seriously. What I also would say is that many of the most viral stories of the past couple of weeks have turned out to be, at best, partially true. So we want to try people based on reality, based on the truth, based on context. We're not going to prejudge people just because of viral social media story that turned out to be half false.
Mr. Vice President, a quick question.
This is new.
That happened. Did you invite anybody with an opposing point of view to get an idea of why people are upset here? And just as a quick follow-up, have you reached out to Governor Walz at all in an attempt to turn down the temperature?
So I haven't talked to Governor Walz on this particular trip. A number of members of our administration, I believe our chief of staff, spoke to the governor and has been in constant contact with his staff over the past week. We've been in my office in constant contact with people here on the ground in Minneapolis. There were certainly people at our roundtable with opposing views. And look, I don't even know, whether it's public, but yes, we met with people with opposing views here at the roundtable. I wanted to get a perspective from everybody, but also, of course, offer my opinion that with a little bit more cooperation, we could lower the chaos. We're going to keep on doing that. If Governor Walz wants to call me, we'll absolutely continue talking. I will say that my sense of this situation, having talked to these guys for a long time, is this is primarily a law enforcement issue. This is the Attorney General. This is the local mayor. This is all of the organs of local and state law enforcement. That's who we focus on, but we've certainly been in communication with the governor and his office as well.
Vice President.
Yeah.
So local law enforcement obviously hasn't been really helping out with the agents who've been assaulted repeatedly. What's the plan if nothing changes there here locally and this operation has attracted thousands of agents? Are there any plans to go to any other cities from here?
Well, right now we're focused on Minneapolis because that's where we have the highest concentration of people who have violated our immigration laws. And that's also, frankly, where we see the most assault of our law enforcement officers. Our plan is very simple. If you assault a federal law enforcement officer, we're going to do everything that we can to put you in prison. It's very simple. And most of these protesters, as much as I may disagree with their politics, most of them have been peaceful, but a lot of them have not been peaceful. And if you go and storm a church, if you go and insult a federal law enforcement officer, we are going to try very hard. We're going to use every resource of the federal government to put you in prison. Respect people's rights. Respect people's rights to worship. Respect people's rights to do their job without being assaulted. If you follow that basic principle, the Trump administration is going to do everything that we can to protect your rights. But if you go after somebody, if you assault somebody, if you make a 9-year-old girl cry because you walked into her church and harassed her, we're going to go after you with every single tool that we have.
Vice President.
Maggie Vespa with NBC News, sir. Your administration has said repeatedly this is about safety, about making Americans feel safer. So what do you say to people who are in Minnesota who say it's the overwhelming presence of ICE officers and federal officers and their tactics that are making them feel less safe?
Well, one thing I would say, first of all, we saw in 2025 the biggest one-year drop in murders in the history of the United States of America. Significant reductions in violent crime. The reason why we have less violent crime is really two reasons. Number one, because we're enforcing the immigration laws and getting very violent criminals out of our country. And number two, because we're enforcing our criminal laws and putting guys who assault and murder behind bars. This is part of a broad effort to make us safe. And the chaos that people are seeing, and I understand there is frustration of the chaos, I'd say that we're doing everything that we can to lower the temperature, and we would like federal and local, state and local officials to meet us halfway. So much so.
Perceiving it correctly? Are you saying that they're not seeing that it's the tactics or the presence of the officers that are—
Look, I'm sure that people are seeing a lot of things that would make any member of our national community feel very upset. But I also think that if you understand this in context, this is the inevitable consequence of a state and local government that have decided that they're not going to cooperate with immigration enforcement at all. In fact, they're going to aggressively not cooperate. So here's a basic illustration of this. If you are an ICE officer and you have to arrest a person who's committed assault and is also an illegal alien, but the state and local officials won't help you identify that person, many of the things that people in Minneapolis are seeing that give them pause, that frustrate them, that worry them, that make them feel like things are too chaotic, many of these things are coming from the fact that there's no cooperation with state and local law enforcement. And I guess what I would tell people, again, many of whom are justifiably concerned and worried about what they're seeing in their communities, is why are we not seeing it anywhere else? We're seeing this level of chaos only in Minneapolis. LA and Chicago, we had some problems there. Pretty much every jurisdiction where these guys are operating, you don't see the same level of chaos. You don't see the same level of violence. You don't see the problems that we're seeing in Minneapolis. Maybe the problem is unique to Minneapolis, and we believe that it is. And it's a lack of cooperation between state and local law enforcement and federal law enforcement. Sir.
CNN. ICE has been operating here for years with less pushback than we're seeing right now. And even the St. Paul police chief recently said, is there not a way to find common ground without scaring the hell out of people in the community? Those were his words. And I just wonder, with this Operation Metro Surge, is any part of it meant to send a form of political message to the leaders here in Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota? And I know you talked about you've been in touch with the governor's offices and the mayor's offices, but why have you not been able to speak to them directly? Have they not been willing to do so?
Well, look, I have spoken to some of the people in Minnesota directly. I spoke to some of them today. I've spoke to others in the past. And again, our staff has been in very direct contact with pretty much every official with any influence or any power in Minneapolis. But no, we're not trying to send a political message. We're trying to enforce the law. And unfortunately, what has happened is that as we've enforced the law, there's been this weird reaction, again, unique to this city. This is not a common thing across the United States of America. There's been a very unique, very Minneapolis-specific reaction to our enforcement of federal immigration laws. What I'm trying to do here today is understand why that is. What is it about Minneapolis that has become so chaotic? What are the specific types of cooperation that we need? Look, I don't need Tim Walz or Jacob Frey or anybody else to come out and say that they agree with J.D. Vance or Donald Trump on immigration. I just don't need that. What I do need them to do is empower their local officials to help our local or help our federal officials out in a way where this can be a little bit less chaotic and it can be a little bit more targeted. Like if we're trying to find a sex offender, tell us where the guy lives. Simple things like that, simple changes in how they're approaching immigration enforcement would make this work a lot better. It would make Minneapolis' streets a lot safer, and it would make this whole thing a lot less traumatic for this community. I'll take one more question.
Mr. Vice President.
Go ahead.
You said that it's time to turn down the temperature. Does that include changes to both ICE and CBP tactics that we've seen employed on the streets, including less than lethal tactics, pepper spray, pepper balls? Beyond that, what is the federal government's role in turning down the temperature? And the Minnesota Department of Corrections says that its own officers have been cooperating with ICE all along, handing over criminals once they serve their sentences to ICE officials. And you can see that there is some cooperation with the state.
Yeah, look, if I was going to list the 5 agencies locally and statewide that I'm most worried about, I wouldn't put the Department of Corrections on that list. I think that while there are certain things we'd like to see more from them, they've hardly been the worst offenders. You agree with that, guys? That's a fair assessment. But I think you talked about tactics and you talked about the response to things. Look, we don't want to employ tactics that we don't employ the kind of tactics that are only necessary when violence is committed against officers. That is these guys' directive, and that's what we're going to try to do. And again, the president said this a couple of days ago. Whenever you have a law enforcement operation, even if 99.99% of the guys do everything perfectly, you're going to have people that make mistakes. That is the nature of law enforcement. What I do think that we can do is working with state and local officials, we can make the worst moments of chaos much less common. And all they've got to do is meet us halfway. These guys want to communicate with them. They want to talk to the local business leaders. Many of these guys, many of the people standing behind me are members of the Minneapolis community. Many of the officials that I met today who work in federal immigration enforcement, this is their home. They love this place. These are their neighbors. They want this to work a lot more smoothly. I think that we can get there. We just got to work at it a little bit, and we need some cooperation from state and local officials. The last thing that I'll say is I just hope they give it. This is a beautiful city. I've only been here a few times. I love it. Even in this weather, I love Minneapolis. We could do a lot better. We could do a lot more with more cooperation. The Trump administration, the directive that I got from the President of the United States is meet these guys halfway. work with them so that we can make these immigration enforcement operations successful without endangering our ICE officers, and so that we can turn down the chaos a little bit, at least. I think a lot, actually. But for us to do that, we need some help from the state and local officials. We will keep on working with them, and so long as they're willing to work with us, they will always find a partner in public safety and law enforcement in the Trump administration. Thank you all.
Well, that happened. That happened. Wow. A lot of. I'm just going to keep it a bean. A lot of. What do you think about that? That was interesting. That was an interesting experience. And you could tell he was really trying to find words. Like he was trying to find some words that wouldn't put him in, kind of paint him in a corner. But there's things that he had that I mean, in my opinion, just were off. But again, he's going to do everything he can to try to make ICE look like they're doing everything by the law, by the rules, right? When they're clearly not. When they talked about the racial profiling, that's what really grabbed my attention, because he's just like, you could tell he's trying to find the words to be like, no, they're not doing that at all, but they are. They are. There's accounts of that. There have been press conferences about that. And he's like, well, some of these stories that you're hearing are half true and half not true. What does that mean? What does that freaking mean? You see what I'm saying? They're not doing any racial profiling, but that's the reason why we need local law enforcement to work with ICE, so that they work with each other. Then we could find and be more. We can target these people a little bit better. No, so in other words, you're putting blame on them rather than you guys doing your due diligence, doing the proper due diligence. In other words, you don't have the intelligence within ICE. Because if you did have the intelligence within ICE, you'd think you'd be able to find those particular people on your own. If the police aren't helping them, then the police aren't helping them. I don't know what I can't make local law enforcement do things for ICE. If they're being told to do other things, if they're being told not to help them, then that's on them. That's for ICE to figure out. But it is kind of diabolical. I mean, don't get me wrong. When it comes to like P words, when it comes to PDFs and monsters like that, I mean, yeah. I mean, see, here's the thing. He's like, you're talking about, child P words. You know what I mean? You're talking about P words here. But here's the thing. There are people out here. You're not talking just about P words. Because if you were talking about P words, those people would be exposed by now. And again, of course, they're not, a lot of them aren't illegals. But he's like, yeah, please expose all the people, expose all the bad people. Help us out. So you want us to rat on other people that we know nothing about. Because let me be real. Do you really think that the people, let's just be real. The people that are living in, like, say you're in your neighborhood, black and brown people, okay? How do you know, like, you can't know whether or not they're legal or not. They're black and brown. So what are you doing? You're asking neighbors to start ratting on their neighbors solely because they're black and brown? Because they're not going to know whether or not these people are P words or violent criminals. But one thing is for sure, they're going to see at face value that they're brown or black. Oh, they spoke a different language, even more. The parents have an accent, even more. You can't tell whether the person's a P word unless it's tattooed on their forehead. So how are they going to know? So in other words, white neighbors are going to start, or neighbors in general, are just going to start ratting out other neighbors of black and brown skin. That's basically what J.D. Vance is asking for right here. I mean, that's not the only thing he asked, but I'm just saying he did. Like, if you know that the person right there is such and such, please expose them. How are they going to know if their neighbor is a P word if they're not telling it out there for everyone to know? So in other words, there's just being like side-eye every black and brown person you can think of. If you know for a fact your neighbor is Somali, call us. Because they could just be evil. Huh? Make that make sense, y'all. Rat out your neighbors when you don't know a damn thing. They could be legal all day long. They could be law-abiding citizens. Never even got a traffic ticket. Okay? Not even a parking ticket. You see what I'm saying? But then he's like, well, if, law enforcement would work with ICE, then everything would be great. We'd all have a holly jolly Christmas. In my personal opinion, I see why law enforcement isn't helping. It's not their job. It's not their place. If crimes are being committed on these officers, damn right, arrest them. If police are seeing it, arrest them, because that's assault. That's not okay. Arrest all of they asses if it's going to go down like that, right? But at the end of the day, as far as you going around and raiding people's homes, that's on y'all. Here's the other thing too, which is also interesting. He tried to excuse the administrative warrants. He's like, no, it's not like that. We haven't even been using those kinds of warrants at all. He's talking like he knows exactly what the hell he's talking about when he clearly doesn't. Because they have been using that administrative warrant. They have been overstepping judges signing off warrants to go and do what they've been doing. They have been using these administrative warrants. They've already been doing it since the day they were able to start doing that. That was in May. So they've been doing this for several months, guys. But he's sitting there trying to say something like he knows what he's talking about, but he clearly doesn't know what he's talking about. You could tell when he was answering the questions, he did not know what he was saying. So again, you know what? It's like, like I said, I get it. If there's monsters at bay, and shoot, if you know that there's a monster next door, shoot, report them. I agree. Shoot, why would you want a neighbor? Why would you want a monster for a neighbor? Let's be real. Why would you ever want a monster for a neighbor? Let's keep it a bean. Okay? But at the same time, he's saying a lot here, but a lot is, in my opinion, wrong. Crazy. But let me get these super chats here really quick. Jocelyn, thank you so much. A lawyer on news compared what they did to Luigi. Oh, interesting. If people did that inside a New York hospital, ER, protestings, company immediate arrest, even journalists. Interesting. I mean, what I think, when it comes to Don Lemon, I think he went in there. He was just documenting. He was interviewing and all that. And a judge ruled that as such, right? But I was surprised that he didn't get trespassing. At least that, right? I was surprised about that, but we'll see what comes of it. Because again, he even said himself, JD Vance even said himself that, they're not done. They're going to keep trying to stick something to him. So we'll see. So we'll see what happens. Again, once you get in their bad side, they're vengeful. We already know that. That's for sure. General Genobi, thank you so much for the love. So when that guy that got the smackdown in Minneapolis burned a Quran, why didn't they charge him for that? That's a good question. That's actually a good question. You're right. Like I said, if there were demonstrations going on elsewhere, okay, this would be, if these demonstrations were happening in any house of worship of any kind, of any denomination, I think this would be a completely different. I think this would be a completely different turnaround or turnout. That's just my thoughts. But moving on. T. Holly, thank you so much for being a member for the past 48 months. I appreciate it. That's a long time. Thank you. I'm pretty sure this is going to get thrown out of court like all others. Not the right charge for this. Yeah, T. Holly, we'll see. We will see with those charges. We will see. I mean, I'm sure the organizers, at least the main organizer has a solid or a decent lawyer. So we'll see how this all goes down, right? And I'm sure they were in jail for like 5 seconds and then they were processed. You know what I mean? Processed and let go. You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens though. Okay. Jocelyn, thanks so much again. Minnesota doesn't have stand your ground thanks to walls. Interesting. But here's the thing. I'm not only talking about them being able to just walk into anybody's home without a judge warrant. I'm not only talking about Minnesota. I'm not only talking about the state of Minnesota. I'm talking about all the states. Okay. They're everywhere. They're in every single state. I mean, shoot, even in my neck of the woods, there's already reports of them actually going door to door right now. I'm not kidding. They're also now going door to door, knocking on people's homes, knocking on people's front doors. So again, that's happening right now in the area. That's crazy, but it's true. At least they're knocking on the doors this time for right now. General Genobi, thank you so much again. Breaking judge. Oh, yes, we just talked about that. Thank you so much for the heads up. I appreciate that. Crisis Cast, thank you so much. Lock and load, people. I think people are already doing that, man. People are already doing that as we speak. Beal Boy's mom, what's up? Thank you so much for being a member for so long, 27 months, long time. Hello, Pascal and family. Your damn rights don't play with a teenager's. You're damn right. Don't play with a teenager's gaming console or cell phone. Sending love from Canada. Thank you so much. Love back to you too. Yeah, don't mess with no kid. Kids, they will square up. Real talk. So don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. Michelle Woods, you sent me 2. So thank you so much for the super chats. I appreciate it. The purge has become the real thing instead of staying on the big screen. What a sad year in history. Yeah, and we're only 22 days in. Crazy, right? Crazy. Michelle again. Today's the first time I've heard Bovino's, I think Bovino's voice, and he sounds like an evil cartoon character. Yeah, he pretty much does. Probably laughs like one too. He might. You never know. He just looks like he just loves seeing the chaos out in front of him. When we saw yesterday him doing his thing. Okay. Beautiful disaster. I see what you did there. Thank you for the super chat. I see what you did there. Because he was like, please, all those P words, please, please let us know where they are. Right. And then the address. We all know this address is the infamous address, right? So that's okay. Beautiful disaster again. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, Pascal. I'm so angry. It's lie, deny. Yeah, that's the vibe I'm catching. That is definitely the vibe I've been catching for real. Okay. Jocelyn, thank you so much again. Frey, I think it's Frey, admitted that they let many dangerous ones out of jails instead of holding them on ICE detainers that were requested because they were our neighbors. I mean, I don't remember him saying it verbatim like that, but maybe he did say it like that. I don't remember him saying it like that, but that's an interesting statement. I don't know how to respond to that one, to be completely honest, because I need to hear if there's a quote that he said, if there's a soundbite that he did actually say it like that, I'd like to hear that before I kind of respond to that statement. Okay. But yeah, guys, I mean, hold on. There has been a lot of, there's just been so much crap going on. There's just been so much going on. And what's so sad about how much crap that's been going on?
Stupid people buy them.
Hold on. Sorry. I have not seen this yet, and I'm not showing this yet because I don't have time right now. But no doubt, beautiful disaster. Oh my God. But I think there was a whole speech that he had at Davos, Trump, right? And it almost sounds like the inner monologue of like a villain. I don't know what it is, but there's something about the speech that he had. And of course, when he's talking about Greenland, then he starts talking about Iceland. And Iceland is not Greenland, and Greenland is not Iceland. And how Caroline, she came out of her way to basically say, like, y'all, you know, whoever's saying that he's talking about Iceland, that he mistakenly said Iceland instead of Greenland, you guys got it all wrong. You guys are all idiots. You're not thinking straight. And it's like, wait a second. He really did say Iceland. And it's not like he prefaced it and being like, instead of him being like, Greenland should actually be Iceland, right? And now I'm just going to call it Iceland. That's what I'm going to do from now on. I'm just going to call it Greenland, Iceland. Iceland is this Greenland. Greenland is Iceland. He didn't say that. He just started talking about Iceland. So it sounds weird. And it makes it seem like he's mentally slipping, which it means he is. But at the same time, Caroline sits there and it's like, being like, y'all are idiots. You just want to hear what you want to hear. No, he talked about Iceland. He talked about Greenland as Iceland. Real talk. Hopefully I can find the clip. Hold on. Let's see if I can get lucky. Hold on. Okay, I found a clip. Yes, I know. I know it's CNN, but we're going to have to listen to it on CNN. Okay? Just get over it. All right? I can never satisfy you guys. Okay? But here it is.
I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up.
I'm going to play that one more time because it's only 17 seconds, right? But he literally says out loud, he says Greenland, then he starts talking about Iceland. Now, he did say, it's this one big slab of ice. Everyone keeps asking, what do I need a slab of ice for? And then he starts going into Iceland.
I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up. And
hold on. Let me see if I can find a bigger clip just to make it fair. Here's a little bit of a bigger clip. Hold on. Yeah, Kim, he might think that it's the same mother-loving place. He might. Isn't the story about Iceland and Greenland that they named Iceland because they wanted to throw people off? Like, apparently they wanted people not to go and try to take over Iceland. That's why they called it Iceland or something crazy like that. Isn't there some crazy story about why Iceland is called Iceland when it should be Greenland should be Iceland and Iceland should be Greenland, right? They should be named properly, right? But Greenland should be named, the country Iceland should have been named Greenland, And then the country named Greenland should have really been named Iceland, right? Like, I think there's some story about that they wanted to throw settlers off or something crazy like that. That's why they called Iceland Iceland, because they wanted people not to come to that country, because they would think, oh, it's just a country filled with ice, right? Something like that. I feel like I heard that a long time ago when I was a youngin'. Yeah, Iceland is green and Greenland is ice, which is crazy, right? But I think they did it just to throw people off. You know? But anyway, I digress. Let's see this clip.
In doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right? Last time. Very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades.
So still he's talking about, I mean, and that's another clip. It's not the same clip that we just saw, but it's another clip of him talking about Iceland, or talking about Greenland, but he keeps calling it Iceland. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, y'all. Hold on. There's another one here. Yeah, Trump is confused at home. He's confused on the world stage. Watch as he repeatedly calls Greenland Iceland. So here's another one, a whole minute and a half. Let's take a look at this one. This should be better, I think.
I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right? Last time. Very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being.
Oh, boy.
But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. If we gave them the call, gentlemen, we are being attacked. We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the blood, sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money.
So again, he's still saying Iceland. You see what I'm saying? And Caroline, Caroline, she said some things about this whole Iceland thing. Hold on, I'm going to find it. She said a whole bunch of things. I'm sorry. So people are going, man, that's crazy that, he kept calling Iceland, he kept calling Greenland Iceland instead of actually calling Greenland Greenland. And then she responded with this. No, he didn't, Libby. His written remarks referred to Greenland as a piece of ice because that's what it is. You're the only one mixing anything up here. which is interesting because it's like this reporter that she's replying to was there and reacting to the whole thing. And she's like, yeah, he was mixing Greenland for Iceland or mixing Iceland for Greenland. That's it. And then she goes up because, you know, she's diehard. Let's not forget, she is diehard. She maggot till she dies. She throwing up gang signs, crip walking and everything. Okay? Till she die throwing up gang signs, right? And her little baby too, that she's baking right now. The baby's just okay. To be completely real, you heard it. You heard it, guys. You heard it for yourself. And she's like, no, you got it wrong, right? So this is what Libby Dean said, okay? During his remarks, President Trump appeared to mix up Greenland and Iceland around 3 times, which he did. But here's the thing. People are going out of their way going, why are you lying, Libby? What? It's very clear that he messed up.
I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up.
Now, again, Caroline could literally go and say, oh, yeah, this whole thing's a lie. Or he was just trying to be funny. He was trying to be funny because it is one big slab of ice. So he was just calling it Iceland. But she didn't do that. She said, no, he didn't. His written remarks referred to Greenland as a piece of ice because that's what it is. But as he's talking, does it look like he's reading anything? Does it look like he's looking down and reading anything as he's talking about Iceland? Is he? No. He's like, I want a piece of ice. All we want is a piece of ice. That kind of thing, right? We just want a piece of ice. Then he starts riffing and starts calling it Iceland. So Caroline is saying what we heard is not real. What we all heard, and is all on video, all on tape, etc., and all these, political pundits to late night talk show hosts have been going in on this because they all heard the same doggone thing. This isn't a thing like, what color is this dress? Is it tan? Is it gold? Is it blue? Is it green? Right? Do you hear the sound bite? Does it sound like somebody's saying Yanny or Laurel? Right? This is not one of those things. He said it 3 different times. He said Iceland, baby. Over and over and over again. But Caroline's trying to push back and say, all y'all are idiots for hearing what you heard. Anybody with 2 ears, well, or even 1, okay, heard him say Iceland. But we live in a world where it's like, if whatever he says, it's not what he says, unless it's important. You realize that, like, if we're watching every single thing that he says and people are leaning on it like it's scripture, even Caroline, why would she be surprised or even pissed off if we're listening and we hear Iceland, because that's what's coming out of his freaking face? You realize that, right? This is not a situation where it's like, oh, wait, we think we hear Greenland or Iceland, but he actually did say Greenland. No. He said Iceland. You can't mix that up. Greenland, Iceland. You can't mix that up. You see what I'm saying? It's funny because we, like I said, people hang on every word that comes out of his mouth. So, of course, we're listening to every single word that comes out of his mouth. But now she's saying that's not what you heard. Okay. Is he mentally slipping? I don't know. Will it matter? No, I'm sorry, it won't. As much as everyone goes, oh my God, he's sundowning, he's having dementia, he's losing his mind, right? It doesn't matter. Look at the president that we had before. If they were able to hold him up, literally hold him up for 4 freaking years, you don't think they're going to be able to do the same thing for Trump? Him hiding in plain sight? What they really need to do, okay, I'm sorry. Like, as much as we sit there and get mad about how messed up and how much he's just slowly slipping into senility, it doesn't change anything. We saw the same thing happen with Biden. We saw it before, and they hit it right in front of our faces, yet it was very clear. So it's not going to change over here. The only thing they need to do is put him on script. Keep him on script. Read what's on the teleprompter. Don't let him veer off. Don't let him go on these tangents for an hour and a half. He just goes up there and just starts talking. Doesn't matter if you think he's a great president or anything. You know he rambles. He's a rambling man. Keep him on script. Tell him to stay on those scripts. Let him have his talking points and get him off the stage. If you let him up there just shooting from the hip, you just give him bullet points, he's going to be up there for an hour and a half. And the things that are coming out of his mouth, especially in Davos, yo, that's some weird, it was some weird diabolical stuff. It sounded like evil, like an evil arch nemesis just trying to come up with revenge. It's weird, guys. It's not a good look. Just saying. Be the second president we have in a row. Please don't let that be this situation all over again. Okay? Allie, thanks so much. It was a line in D2. The Mighty Ducks sequel. Was it? So is it true or is that a lie? About Iceland, Greenland, and, they're supposed to be. That's interesting. Interesting. Thank you. Maybe that's where I got it from. Maybe that's what it is. Anyway, Melody, thank you so much for the love. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for all that you do. I'm enjoying the show today. I'm sorry, but what J.D. Vance's speech makes me think Karens are going to be acting out. But I hope I'm wrong. Yeah, that's something I'm really worried about too. Because for a fact, there's going to be Karens out there. Okay? Looking at this as an opportunity to get out here and expose these bad people. We all have nosy neighbors. We all have nosy neighbors. So, man, I hope, Melody, I hope you're wrong. I hope you're wrong. But you may be right. My Miracle Mama, thank you so much for being a member for 35 months. Thank you so much. How are they able to lie like this? I'm less worried about his senile moment than Caroline's liabilities. So worried for our beautiful country. Yeah, I'm worried about us too. I'm worried about the U.S. too. I'm not ready for us to go down the route that a lot of us are fearing that it's about to go down. And here's the thing. It's only been 1 year. We got 3 more of this. Shoot. That is if it stays just for a 4-year term. That's if. I am very worried. But I am also hopeful. Because, if we don't hold on to hope, then we ain't got nothing now. Especially in the world that we live in. Okay, the world that we're living in right now, we are living in some very volatile times. What we need more than ever is to be working together, not separating. We need to be together, working hard as a family, as a country. I know it's very split up, but I know that there's people out here that say maybe they're MAGA, but they don't like what ICE is doing out here. You see what I'm saying? There are things that we as people can find a common ground in, aside from us having blood running through our veins and a heart pumping in our chest. There are things that we can do as a country that could really truly unite us. But I think it's only going to happen when it starts to affect larger populations of people. Hear me out. When they start to get the funds for ICE, for more ICE, imagine that everywhere. There's going to be people who are all day long MAGA and excited and happy about this. Like you see these fascist buttholes that are out there saying that the white man is taking their country back and all that stuff. Okay, those things are very jacked up and wrong and messed up. There's going to be those guys. There are. But then there's other people that care about human beings and care about how we live and how we get through day to day here, that are going to be on the side of MAGA, that are going to start venturing over, not saying that they're becoming leftists, just saying that they're going to start understanding. They're going to start finding a common ground with other people on the other side of the political spectrum. And those people may join forces, maybe. I know that's like wishing that Santa Claus is real. Okay, I know that sounds crazy. But at the same time, eventually, it's going to start affecting those people who are sitting there, well, not everybody, but some people that are sitting there saying FAFO, that are saying ice, ice, baby. When they start seeing the other shoe fall, I think that's when people are going to start changing their thoughts. When ICE does more than just what they're doing right now. That's the other thing, too. When they start changing what they're doing and it starts to, they start to spread out to do more things other than just what they're doing right now, I think that's when people are going to start waking up. And I don't know if that's going to be too little too late or if it's the right time. Either way, at some point, if it keeps going the way it's going, which I'm hoping that the elected officials that we have elected into office start doing their damn job, maybe this will be a different outcome. Maybe. We will also see what happens in about 8 days from now. January 30th is the cutoff time. If there is a government shutdown, that tells you something. That tells you that they're pushing back and they're trying to make some policies change and trying to tighten up what ICE can and cannot do. But I'm telling you right now, that's 8 days from now, guys. That feels like a decade from now. It really does. I don't know about you guys, but I don't like the idea of ICE coming, knocking on every door, asking for papers, etc. I don't like that at all. I don't like the idea of J.D. Vance telling us, oh, well, the reason why they're going to every door right now is because they don't have the proper information to find out where these people are. They only have their old residents, old addresses, and therefore we're just going up the doors and trying to figure out what's going on and figure out if they're there still. I call BS on that, guys. We heard a buttload of excuses. Excuses, guys. If they can't get their ish together, why are ICE out there in the first place? Oh, that might be what is going on. They're not trained well enough. 47 days ain't enough. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of these guys don't even have 47 days because they have military experience. So I guarantee you some of these guys are getting processed quicker because they have military backgrounds, military experience. I guarantee you that. Crazy. Born in the USA, right? So we'll see what happens here. But I feel like that's what it is. ICE, come on in, and then just shove a rifle in your hands, and they go and get them. Catch of the day, brothers. Go on out there in Maine and go get yourself a catch of the day. What in the hell is that? This is the world that we're living in now, guys. Now, these particular people who say they're illegal, now they're being looked at like they're livestock, like they're animals. Catch of the day, guys. That's a real thing. Catch of the day. Anyway, guys, That is the show. Appreciate all y'all for being here. Really means a lot. Thank you so much for tuning in. I may be on a little bit later on tonight. I don't know yet. It just depends on if there's more stuff going on. There's so much stuff going on. Dear God, there's so much stuff going on. I just want peace. Can we just have peace? Anyway, please do me a favor before we get out of here. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, make sure you hit that follow button. Okay? Follow. Subscribe here on my YouTube channel, please and thank you. Check out my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there. Okay? Hit that notification bell on both channels so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because it is random. Hit that join button down below, become a member, check out my Patreon, and of course, check out PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, PascalMerch.com. Anyway, guys, it's time to get going, and of course, I may be back on a little bit later on tonight. Oh, by the way, I'll be on Court TV tonight as well. So tune in, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be back on with Vinny Politan. Looking forward to it. Okay, Court TV tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Anyway, guys, it's time to get going. Much love to you guys. We'll be talking very soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.